Welcome to a very special Panthers on Tap collab with Draft Crush. I'm your host, one of the hosts, Edgar Selmingo Jr. With the trying to find a great adjective for you, Ricky.
Let's see what you
The
got.
amazing, the relentless, the tireless, the humble Ricky Reigns. Happy draft day, Ricky.
I never really understood the thing when someone's called tireless, right? Because I got a whole lot of tired. Like it's
Doesn't look like
tire
it.
more. Yeah, tire full, Ricky Reigns. Nah, dude, I'm super excited, man. Edgar, you and I have, we've been talking about this night for, I don't know, dude, 7 months since we originally talked about doing Draft Crush, about doing the draft guide. This has been something that is long in the making. And anytime you get to like the culmination, right, of a journey, it's almost bittersweet, but it also feels really good all the time. So like I'm really pumped up that we made it here. We put the draft guide out. Good reviews on that so far. And now we're 30 minutes away from like seeing picks start to fly off the board, and we get to see who's going to be the newest Carolina Panther tonight.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's before we have some special guests, we got things that are going on, but before we get to that, like actually, Ricky and I, we haven't really talked to each other since since the Carolina draft guide dropped, and so
That's right.
just tell you face to face, man. Great job.
Dude, great job to you, man. What do you mean? Like, I keep seeing it's so funny because like everyone will say like great job Edgar, and he's like no, great job Ricky. Then so we'll say great job Ricky, and no, great job Edgar. Like this was genuinely, man, a collaborative effort. It took both of us to get it to its final position. And I'm very stoked on it, dude. I'm proud of it. I'm proud to have worked with you, Edgar. I think this was a highlight for me, man, was getting to put something together with you. I'm a big fan of yours. So this is a really cool experience for me.
Yes. But I mean, like, I guess at my heart, I don't like the attention, and so like I don't need. Some people like the attention, want all the stuff, want all the shine, and I don't. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm the person that like people like bring you up in front of a room and say like, oh, let's sing happy birthday, or this is the guy, whatever. It's like, oh, I don't want the attention. Just give it to somebody else. So
well, look,
yeah,
let's just find somebody else and we'll put it under their name then next year. How about that? And speaking of somebody else, I don't want to keep this guy too far in the back. We got our first guest tonight is already here with us. Should we go ahead and bring up our first surprise of the evening? Probably not much of a surprise. You guys know that he's a friend of ours.
Not a surprise, and he's one of our favorites. Was he our first guest on Draft Crush?
I think so. I think he was the first episode. Yeah.
But again, with that, doesn't need an introduction. I mean, Jared should be introducing us, or he should be the one that's the special guest, and we're his background dancers. But Jared Feinberg,
hey.
draft extraordinaire. Both of you guys, both Ricky and Jared, you guys have been covering Panthers. You guys have been on Spaces. You guys have been like helping the fans like feel really knowledgeable about everything that's going on. So for both of you, I'm just honored to be in your presence. But Jared, since you've taken the time to join us with so many things that are going on, just want to let you know that we appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys letting me on tonight. I'm looking forward to this draft. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night for me too, covering not only the Panthers but Jacksonville Jaguars, who I think are making the move, and also Kansas City Chiefs if they're going to make a move, Rams if they're going to make a move. So either I'm going to be up all night long, or I'm not going to be up too much longer at the end of the night. But we'll see. I'm in a Discord with some popular draft folks, and it sounds like there's a trade happening. It sounds like Jacksonville's moving up.
So Jacksonville moving up to 2, is that right, to Cleveland?
That's what it sounds like.
Is it terrible or still under wraps? No.
But, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it came out at any moment.
Okay.
So we're just getting started tonight. Like I think it's insane. The draft was supposed to start at number 5 for Jacksonville. It's starting at number 2. I mean, Jacksonville's going to kick this thing off, but yeah, it's going to get funky tonight.
So who is this trade up for, Jared, in your opinion? So you cover some of the Jaguars stuff. You write for the Jaguars on SI. So I know that originally, man, you were pretty high on Mason Graham's prospects as the number 5 overall pick there potentially, and they had kind of even said that they liked Mason a good deal. But so when we look at this, who are they moving up to number 2? Is this Travis Hunter? Is this Abdul Carter?
It's got to be Hunter.
Hunter.
It would. I don't think they would trade up for Abdul Carter because they have 2 good pass rushers in Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines Allen, but they do need a number 3 edge. So I think they're going to look for a number 3 edge later in the draft. But you're going to have to. I mean, if you're Jacksonville, this is Travis Hunter, and Travis Hunter has been the dream for Jacksonville since the start. I mean, of course, it's been the dream for a lot of teams in the top 10 from the start. I know Carolina was probably hoping, praying, maybe, Travis Hunter makes a tumble. But
wouldn't have hated it. He would have been a fun player to have in Process
Man,
Blue.
that I just wishing he was in Process Blue. But, I love to defend Jacksonville if it is truly happening. I'm not 100% sure on it, but if it ends up being that's going to be happening and Schefter or Rappaport are already getting tweets or posts ready. My heart is pounding right now. And it's just covering another team for the first time outside Carolina has been exciting. So I'm going to be shocked one way or the other. I'm curious what the potential draft capital will be. And it looks like the Titans are about to put the pick in. And right now I'm probably behind you guys by like 30 seconds, maybe. But it looks like you're on the phone with Cam Ward at the moment.
Question for both of you, since we have an audience. Like, we should set some ground rules. Are we team like we'll say stuff once it's on TV? Should we tell people to keep it quiet in the chat? Like, what kind of ground rules do we want to set?
I could like post it in the private chat and just have you guys kind of informed, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that what we'll do, chat, you give us your opinion on this too, right? I don't know if you guys are watching the live stream of us and not watching the draft, or if you're doing like a side-by-side type of deal. If you don't want us to say anything early, tell us, we won't. I kind of lean towards not saying anything until it's announced, but at the same time, we're all going to find out, man. Like, we're going to find out early. We're going to know. So then we're going to have this awkward fumbling around of us not trying to talk about it, but knowing who it is, right?
That's what they do on air, right?
That's what they do on air. That's true, man. Edgar, what do you want to do? Let's hear it from you, man.
So me personally, it was fun because like I was in a group chat with you guys, right? And there was this debate about how should we follow the draft. And so I've always been someone who at my earliest, my idea or my philosophy was like, I want to follow along on TV. But then like everything was so slow. Like picks are like round 2, like they're 5 picks behind or 6 picks behind. I was like, why am I torturing myself? So I would find out, and then I would go to the TV and watch it live and say like, whoa, this is awesome, and whatever. So I personally can go either way because I'm one of those like hosts that likes to defer to the one who's most conservative and make everyone feel comfortable. But I could roll with anything.
All right, well, let's just play it by ear. Let's do this thing how it feels organic and natural, right? If there's look, we're pretty sure Tennessee, they're going Cam Ward, right? Like this. Yeah. Let's make sure that we are sure about that, right, Jared? Like, there's not going to all of a sudden be some sort of crazy thing that happens here where they take Travis Hunter.
99.9% sure it is Cam Ward.
Okay. Hey, I'm trying to make sure there's not a bomb right at the beginning of this thing, right?
I mean, look, they could take Shedeur Sanders and just shock the world, and then we're just a clack.
I would love that.
Excuse my French, complete clusterfuck, and Schefter just confirmed it. It's Cam Ward.
Okay.
It's happening. The trade's happening. The Browns are trading. So here's the details. Browns are trading number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, number 104, and a 6th round pick, number 200 to the Jaguars for number 5 overall, for 4th for a 4th round pick, 126, 2nd round pick, 36, and their 2026 1st round pick. So that's the Jaguars are sending that to Cleveland.
Tell me that one more time, or type it in the private chat so I could put a banner up on the bottom so that anyone that pops in here will see the trade.
Let me send it to you. Let me DM it.
Yeah, Schefter put it out there, so it's in the ether
out there. That's
this is wow. Okay, I gotta. Wow.
Yeah, you're about to get super busy, Jared.
I'm going to be very busy. Holy shit!
You got stuff to do. You got stuff to do.
So, I don't think Mason Graham will be the pick at 8. Let's just say that. I mean, if there was really a trade that was going to happen, it was going to be for a blue chip prospect that fell, or up for a blue chip prospect. And Travis Hunter's a generational talent in my eyes. You trade up for that type of talent. I respect Jacksonville for doing that.
Can I ask you guys 2 questions? Because you guys are the draft experts. First question, since I don't want to bury the lead here. Cam Ward, what grade do you give the Titans for drafting Cam Ward over Sanders or Dart or Abdul Carter, Hunter? Like, what grade do you give the Titans for Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami?
I'm going to give it an A. I mean, they get their quarterback. They get their franchise quarterback. He's very talented. I think he can get to the level of Jordan Love. That's my pro comp for him. He's got a terrific arm. He can make plays out of the pocket, but you're going to have to live with some of the decision making and hope that can tone down a little bit as he continues to develop as a quarterback. But I think Jacksonville's got their or not Jacksonville, or Tennessee's got their future at quarterback. Sorry, I got Jacksonville on my mind.
Well, I wonder why. Not like you cover them and they just made a blockbuster trade. So for me, I would give it. I give it an A. It's Cam Ward is the only quarterback in this draft class that I look at and I think has at least the potential to be a franchise carrying quarterback. That doesn't mean that I don't think that Shedeur Sanders can play. I think that he can. I think that he goes to a good spot with some decent support and offensive line. I think that he has the accuracy and ability to process defenses in a starter caliber role, right? But Cam Ward is kind of that mold of the new age franchise quarterback, if you will, where he plays a little bit of a gunslinger mentality, takes some risk. Some of that is going to have to get tightened up too, though. I will say that because he takes some unnecessary risks where it's one of those things about guys like Josh Allen, right? That have these massive, powerful arms with a ton of arm talent. And then you add in the mobility element to that. They always feel like they're in it. They always feel like they got a chance. There's not a throw they can't make in their heads. But on the field, there are throws that they can't make. And there are throws that you can't make responsibly. So I think with a little bit of discipline, a little bit of coaching in that element, I think he could be absolutely terrific. You can't argue with it, right? What were they going to do? Anyways, they had the mayonnaise man and they don't like him. So like they had to do something different. They were sick and tired of seeing bananas dipped in coffee or whatever they were doing over there.
They could have traded for Kirk Cousins and go Hunter. I mean, like, not to say that like these are reasonable or actual options, but I mean they were kind of stuck with Cam Ward once they made 0 moves.
Why didn't they consult with you, Edgar? They should have called you and been like, Edgar, what can we do here? Like,
because they actually have like some smarts and know not to call someone with 0 experience.
No, it's because you were busy with the Carolina draft guy, dude. You had bigger fish to fry.
All right, second question for you. So looks like A and then A-, Jared, for Cam Ward.
Yeah, or just I'd say a solid A. Yeah.
Okay. Next one for both of you, a grade. So we talked about this. I know it's kind of a tongue twister here, but essentially the Jaguars are trading up a 2nd round pick, a 1st round pick to go move up 3 spots, presumably for Travis Hunter. But we still have to wait who they draft, but just on its surface, how would you grade this trade for both the Browns and the Jaguars? Let's start with the Browns. How do you guys feel about the Browns taking a haul to move back to 3 spots and pass on Travis Hunter?
And then I'm going to post some of the comments here from the chat too and run through them while we're going. We got Gene here says it's a great haul for Cleveland just to move 3 spots. I agree.
I'm going to give Cleveland an A for moving back. I think they got the king's ransom they needed to move back. Like they were asking for a king's ransom, and they got a young GM to bite on it, and that's what happened. So
is it a bad move to trade out of Travis Hunter sweepstakes though? Right, like because the rest of this draft, if you're looking at it, I mean, what does Cleveland do there now at 5? Like
they can really load up in the trenches.
Offensive line,
offensive line, defensive line. I mean, sure, Mason Graham could still be a possibility at 8, but Cleveland, they need to add to the trenches. They need a draft capital as well. Cleveland needs some tackle help. I know they have DeJuan Jones, Jack Conklin, but those guys have been inconsistent. They need the players in the trenches. Mason Graham, Armand Membo, or even if he's there, Will Campbell. I mean, that would be great for them.
Can I ask I know I already asked you a question, but another question is in the back of my mind. If this is presumably for Travis Hunter, what position is he playing? Is he playing both? Is he playing one or the other? You're the Jacksonville Jaguars man, Jared.
So I think in Jacksonville, he's going to have an opportunity to play both ways, and he just gives them a playmaker straight out. And I'm excited to see how they really utilize him. I think they could definitely use him in the secondary, but he gives you a playmaker on both sides of the ball. So I'm more intrigued to see what they do here. So pick is in for Jacksonville. I think we all know who this is. I think this would be a great place for Travis Hunter. I think he'll play receiver to start because I think that's probably the bigger need at the moment. They have Jerrion Jones, they have Jordan Lewis, they have Tyson Campbell. But I really don't know. I really don't know. But that's a good thing to have, is that you have such a talented playmaker that he can just play both sides of the ball, and you'd be like, fine with me. Fine with me. Personally, I think Jacksonville should at least try and play on both sides full time if possible. And if it really starts not working out, you move him to receiver. I think that's the best position he's going to be able to contribute early on in Jacksonville. And if he has to, he can move to cornerback. So that will be interesting. Okay, so instead of Roger Goodell announcing the pick, it's, what is that, Eric Armstead? Okay, sure. Why not? Sure.
Am I terrible that I'm not even watching this right now? I'm just sitting here like listening to this conversation.
I think you're in the best spot, man. Like just not knowing what the hell is happening.
Yeah, just letting it go.
Yeah,
mostly on day 3. Hey, here's a fun. Can I share a fun tweet?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please do.
Well, it's not fun. It's just from Josina Anderson. Good justification. Why would Cleveland trade out? I don't know, or I don't even know if I could present, but do you have to share it, Ricky?
Possibly. Let me see. There we go.
Yeah. She's basically saying, hey, Cleveland essentially lost so much draft capital for that sunken cost for Deshaun Watson, and so this makes sense why Cleveland would want to gather more assets, and that's going to be the justification for doing that.
Okay,
I mean, she's not wrong, right? I mean, they really did. They sunk a ton of assets into a guy that sunk their franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at it that way, right? Like, Deshaun Watson did absolutely nothing beneficial for that team. Nothing. I mean, outside image was tanked, right? On the field, what'd they win? Nothing.
And I want to mention, Travis Hunter was announced as wide receiver cornerback, not a specific position. They're going to play him both ways.
Wow, he looks really excited. I know you're not watching, Ricky, but he's like super giddy right now.
Is he really happy?
He's so happy, dude.
He's like
he's
the
like
giddiest.
Oh, man, I'm
skipping
happy for him.
around. He's
The giddiest walk up to the podium I've ever seen.
like
he's skipping in a bright pink suit.
he's skipping around. Yeah.
I'm happy for Jacksonville. I'm super happy for Jacksonville.
Me too. And I think Jacksonville's been needing that type of outside Trevor Lawrence. They've been needing a difference maker, a superstar outside of Trevor Lawrence and, of course, Brian Thomas Jr. They've been needing that someone. Travis Hunter's going to be that guy for them. I'm so excited to see what happens there. Schefter did tweet out that Jaguars are expected to play first-round draft pick Travis Hunter on offense and defense. They will onboard him by giving him a heavy dose of the wide receiver position while still playing him more at his natural position on defense. 2 positions for pick number 2. And I think you knocked out 2 birds with 1 stone, 1 pick.
Do you agree? Right. Do you agree though that that's his more natural position is on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, it is. I'm curious how they're going to deploy him at cornerback. I think nickel packages would be fun. I think if they could rotate their corners if they want to, like they have so many options. But wow, I was never a million years was I thinking Jacksonville was going to move up, but here we are. This is real life.
Hey Ricky, I put another fun tweet there for you. Or you put it up, but
I got you, man. I'm on top of it now.
I just drafted corner and wide receiver ever.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Incredible. All right,
that's so crazy, dude. Imagine that. If that's true, that's wild.
I mean, well,
hold on, is that true?
No. Highest drafted receiver was Keyshawn Johnson, number 1 overall.
That's what I was about to say. And didn't even Roy Williams from Texas, did he go first to the Lions?
Maybe.
No, was he 3 or 4 maybe?
Sorry for the fake news.
Come on, Jack Brentnall. Be better. I'm just kidding, Jack. It was a good thought.
So here's an interesting tidbit from Jamie Erdahl. Travis Hunter to Jamie Erdahl. He had 0 conversations with Jacksonville since the combine. Talk about keeping it close to the vest.
Well, I mean, that's what the Jags didn't bring in anybody for 30 visits, right?
Yeah.
They didn't bring in a single 30 visit. That's not not his modus operandi.
Gladstone and Cohen were following the Rams game plan essentially of no 30 visits, just we're going to keep things close to the vest. And boy, did they. Like, I just texted my editor. I'm like, what? Dude, this is insane.
It's a fun one, man. All right, so where we're at? We're at pick 3.
We're at number 3 overall, and the pick
Giants
is in already for
Giants pick is in?
Yeah.
Yep.
So what do we think? Abdul?
I would say Abdul. That's my guess. I mean, it could be a tackle. Dark horse, it's a tackle, but I'm a believer in Kayvon Thibodeau still. I think I'm not a fan of giving up on him already, but
yeah.
You know, like if I know this is a Panthers show, just a side that I'm noticing that I wish the Panthers did. So think of it this way. So remember the whole, obviously Jared knows, the whole Liam Cohen drama, departing Tampa Bay, right? And you got this new, fresh, hot shot offensive coordinator. So let's equip him with Travis Hunter, right? Let's equip him he already has Brian Thomas Jr., already got Trevor Lawrence, right? Let's do this. Then you go over to, Chicago, the Bears, who hired Ben Johnson. They completely overhauled the offensive line. Hot rumors is that they want to move up, presumably, or people are guessing for running back Ashton Genty, right? And so, like, they're equipping their young offensive coordinators, like, we're giving you a full runway, and like you cannot fail because I'm giving you all the weapons possible that you need to be successful. Fast forward, rewind last year to Dave Canales and Bryce Young, and so like it's not to say that they're not doing anything or not trying or whatever, but like the contrast could not be more different between how they've equipped Liam Cohen and Ben Johnson to be successful and what they're doing with Dave Canales and the Panthers roster.
We see we've got the Abdul Carter profile page from the Carolina Draft Guide up in anticipation of the number 3 overall pick.
They just announced it.
And they just announced Carter.
Just announced it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Abdul Carter.
So essentially the top 3 is the same.
Yeah.
But a different team at number 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it doesn't change much of the trajectory for the rest of like the player pool. It is still about what you would have expected.
Yeah.
Got a question here from Zachary Hernandez. Broncos want to move up in the top 10. Do the Panthers even entertain if they make a major offer? I'll say this. Yeah, 100% they entertain if they make a major offer. Dan Morgan himself has said that he will entertain even if they make a mid-major offer. He doesn't even care if it's not the fair value. He said, hey, look, you offer me number 20 and I don't know, a free $50 gift certificate to your finest dispensary out in Colorado, and I'm in, right? And so for me, man, if Denver comes and they says, look, we'll give you 20, we'll give you our second. And even if that's it, I think that Dan Morgan would be tempted to do it the way that he's talked about moving and wanting more day 2 darts, right? Because I really do think that that's the end goal for Carolina. I think that they would love to have multiple second round picks, but bare minimum multiple second day picks. And that gives them more of an opportunity to look. I think they want to fill holes at the offensive line. I think they want an offensive tackle. I think they desperately feel they need a insurance policy for Taylor Moton's health this season, but they also want a guy they can develop to be the starter after this season. They did not extend Taylor Moton. Had they extended Taylor Moton, they would have opened up a lot of money to make other free agent moves, right? When they didn't do that, they let you know we are happy to let this play out and get this money off the books and kind of not free ourselves from Taylor Moton. Taylor Moton's a terrific football player, and he's been probably the most consistent Panther for, damn near a decade? I mean, he's been the epitome of consistency, but they know he's getting older. There have been murmurs about knee issues, and I don't think you want to invest more money into an older guy with those things kind of pending. So if they could get a Ozzie Trapilo, right? If they could get a Cameron Williams, one of these guys who maybe isn't ready to play right now. I think Ozzie could play, but Cam Williams was a high talent guy. Maybe not ready yet. It's like 21 years old though. If you could develop him for a year, kind of shore up some technique stuff, he's got all the physical goods. But then you don't have to use your only second round pick on an offensive lineman, right? Then you have an opportunity to go and get Jalen Noel, Kyle Williams, or heck, if you don't go Jalen Walker, let's say you go Mason Graham, right at 8. Let's just do that hypothetical. Then you still need an edge player. And you don't really want to go outside of round 2 or 3 to find your first edge player in this draft. Like there are quality players, I think, but you miss out on the guys like Princely Uman-Mayelan, Braden Swinson. You miss out on that kind of tier of edge rushers. You're starting to look at another underwhelming draft for bringing in a pass rusher, I think.
Can I ask you guys a question? Do
Please.
y'all think this being the aggressive GM, I forgot his first name, but Gladstone from the Jaguars, right? Being super aggressive, wanting to trade up to number 2. Do you think that makes teams more likely to want to be trigger happy, for lack of a better word, because they like if we went through this whole draft and nothing happened, I feel like people would be like a little bit more conservative. But like part of me feels like, hey, if the Jaguars are going to make a splash move, then I want to make a splash move. What do you guys think?
Jared?
What was the question? Sorry. I was trying to get my back adjusted. Dude, I'm 24 years old. My back's already killing me. This
good luck, man. Good luck.
Welcome to your 40s.
Repeat the question. My apologies.
No. I was just saying, do you think that a splash move that the Jaguars made, I don't want to say inspires, but like maybe makes more front offices more trigger happy than they would have if they were like, I would say like think of the reverse. If we went through this whole draft in the top 10 and nothing happened, maybe people would be a little bit more conservative. But now that we've have one team willing to like, play all their cards to get the guy, do you think more teams are more likely to do the same?
I could see that. And especially they feel like the player they want to go get is that difference maker they're missing. San Francisco, Chicago, Denver, Miami, Dallas, Arizona, any of those teams from 10 to 20 could definitely move up and make a splash. I mean, they're going to have to give up ton of draft capital as we saw with Jacksonville and Cleveland. But Jacksonville, Cleveland's different because it's 2 top 5 picks. So that's going to cost a lot more than, say, moving up from 20 to 10 or 20 to 8 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the cost is likely to decrease, but it's still going to be a significant amount. So, and I assume Campbell's the pick here.
I don't know. I was going to bring him up because that's somebody that, Edgar and I have done the Draft Crush show. We've kind of done our mocks before, and I believe that we both have had Campbell going in this position.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was the mock that Edgar stole my pick and did 2 picks in a row. I still haven't let go of that. I'm going to hold on to that forever.
I was hoping you'd forget about. I was hoping you'd forget.
I forget about everything else. I have had so much on my mind lately, and yet that is the one thing that sticks in there, like it just happened yesterday.
Wait. Getting potential feed that Cleveland might be moving back again.
Oh. That's somebody looking for Ashton Genty, I would assume.
Maybe.
It could potentially be Denver making that move up into the top 10. We were just talking about it. I wanted to touch on Gene's tweet here, though, his comment. Jags gave up a differential of 2,302.8 value based off of the Carolina Draft Guide's empirical chart. Edgar, you're going to have to say Reinhardt. Is that right? Anthony Reinhardt?
Yep.
He's the one that came up with that really awesome trade chart, man. It was fantastic. We used that instead of the Jerry Jones trade chart. Edgar, maybe you can shed a little bit of light on why we went that direction as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a numbers guy. I balance out Ricky. He's the film guy, and so he basically observed trades from 2011 to 2024 that were just pick only trades and developed a formula for what teams are actually trading for. So based on this chart, it's an overpay relative to what people typically pay when they're doing draft day trades.
Yeah, gotcha. Good stuff. Surya Kumar, really wondering what the Browns are going to do at 5, hoping they don't take Mason Graham and instead trade down again with a team that wants Genty to let Mason continue to follow the Panthers. Well, guess what? Might have a little something cooking there for you, because if it sounds like someone's trying to move up, it could be somebody for Mason Graham too, though, right? It could be somebody sitting there saying, we know Cleveland would take him, but maybe we do the Godfather thing and do the offer they can't refuse. Shout out to our guy too, Doug. What's up, Doug? Fellas? We already got 5. 3 of my favorite guys. Draft is off to a bang. Doug, man, appreciate you coming up in here, man. And Doug, if you're still in here, I'm gonna shoot you a link, man, that might interest you. I'm gonna shoot it over to you because it's a family affair tonight. So we're gonna open this up for some of our friends. Gene says here too that the value could change based on next year's first. I gave them 1,000 for next year's first as a base. That's fair. I think that makes plenty of sense. Zachary Hernandez, just don't make an offer with Howie Roseman. He always fleeces teams, especially the States, which he can keep doing. 100%, Zach. That's so okay, guys. Can we talk about a little bit about what I just talked about with Dan Morgan saying, hey, look, we'll take an offer that maybe is less than traditional value to move back. We have that much interest in doing that. Yeah. I've got a fundamental issue with it, and I would love to know you guys' stance on this. I hate getting out ahead of like a potential move and letting people know that you're okay being at a disadvantage. Because in my opinion, when you get to the day of the draft, that little bit of pressure, right, that every GM is going to feel. If they got a guy that they liked, but they didn't really tip their hats, or you know what I mean? Or tip their hands, not their hats. You tip your hat when you're happy. You tip your hands when you're stupid. But if you don't go out there and you don't say anything, people start to get a little nervous. And they're like, oh man, I might not be able to get the guy I want. You know what? I'm willing to do something reckless. Let's go get it. That's what a good GM waits for. He waits for somebody to almost have that moment of weakness that they're willing to give up more than they should. But when you tell everybody from the get-go, yeah, look, man, I'll take a biscuit on top of a draft pick and it'll be perfectly fine for me. That's rough, man. Did y'all have a problem with him doing that?
Frankly, not entirely, because okay. I understand where he's coming from, and I think they want to tell teams, hey, everything's on the table here. Like we we understand we're not anywhere close to being a competitive football team in the near future still. So, and for Ricky, it's Campbell. So we're good. No, we're bad at just communicating.
And I was also sitting there talking to you guys just now on mute, and Jared somehow heard what I was saying. That was the craziest thing in the world. I was literally just sitting here on mute talking, and
it's
Jared
like I know what you're going to say.
No, it's okay.
It's like I know what you're going to say.
Goodness gracious!
I thought he was talking to your chat.
Yes.
Yeah, they just announced Will Campbell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Will Campbell is the pick.
Yeah.
So I don't have an issue entirely with it, but I do understand Ricky's perspective that, you know, saying you would take lesser value to move down just kind of deflates the purpose of really gaining that, or just gaining more draft capital later on, and draft capital that could, or that the value draft capital may not exactly be ideal draft capital you want to be able to maybe potentially make a bigger move down the line. But, you know, I would rather be able to land the best move available if you're able to move back, especially such as the Colts.
Yeah.
Moving back with them 14 for 45. You get a middle second round pick, and you got two second round picks, and you can move up into the first round if you want to. Like that should be on the table.
Yeah.
But I get it, both sides. It's just it is what it is at this point.
For sure.
Carolina made their piece.
Yeah, and it doesn't make a difference now, right? I was just curious what y'all thought about it, if it was something that, like, you know, what do we got here?
Yeah.
People shouldn't be surprised.
So
that
no
Jags
trade.
Remember
so no
James
trade
Gladstone?
is happening. There will be no trade for the Browns. Yeah. There will be no trades for the Browns. They have made the pick.
Okay.
The pick is in.
I'm gonna
Don't say it yet. Don't say it yet. Don't say it yet.
I'm gonna say. I'm just saying. I'm leaning Mason Graham. I think that's what it's gonna be, but I have no idea, to be honest with you. If they go Membo here, Graham is right back on the radar for Carolina.
Isn't it interesting how in the last few days, even last week or two, right, there was so much stuff about some of these guys not being worth the picks, right? Will Campbell's not going to get picked. His arms are too short. He's not going to go early. He's not a good left tackle. There's no great prospects. Nobody wants to draft in the top 5. We've seen somebody move up to number 2, and then we've seen somebody stay put at number 5, presumably for a guy, maybe for Mason Graham, who has been talked about as slipping into the teens because he's not strong enough and he doesn't have long enough arms, despite dominating the collegiate landscape at Michigan for 3 years, right? I mean, he's got some of the most consistently impressive tape, and not just consistent tape, but consistently impressive with his footwork, with his ability, his first step, man, his first step off the line of scrimmage is redonkulous for a guy that is going to weigh over 300 pounds playing defensive tackle. And he's got alignment versatility. Was there a scarier clip in all of college football than when Mason Graham was just a stand-up rusher? When he was 6'3", 320 pounds, standing up, barreling through an offensive line? I mean, come on, dude.
So I just got a notification from Schefter. Carolina has the fielding call. It's about trading the number 8 pick.
Okay. That's
Mason Graham is
Mason Graham
Cleveland Brown.
He was just announced.
So I think they saw Graham go, and they're like, we may need to. I wonder if Graham was their guy all along.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I also see the Raiders pick, by the way.
Yeah.
You see the Raiders pick already, too.
Yeah. Sorry.
Wait, the Raiders pick is already in?
I mean, depends on what you want to believe. But I'm going to put the what Jared just shared, because we have a very Panthers-centric audience and they need to see this tweet.
And then I'm going to bring up, after we show this up, I'm going to bring up another guest we got here. Carolina has been fielding calls about trading the number 8 pick. All right, let's see it. Chat, you on board with trading this out? You nervous about trading this out? Because Ted McMillan is still on the board. Jalen Walker is still on the board. Shamar Stewart, Jared, still on the board. Everyone's excited about that. Michael Williams, still on the board. Man. Everyone's excited about that. My guy, Luther Burden.
Luther Burden's on the board?
Yeah, that's it. And speaking of my guy, we got C. Dougie in the building.
Dougie,
what's up, man? How are you,
man? What's up, fellas?
How goes it, man? How's draft night treating you?
Sitting at the fiance's house, man. So I'm not at Texas. That's why I got my green screen up. But man, I wasn't expecting that when I told Ricky I said I'm gonna come up after the Browns pick because I was gonna have a little bit more juice. But I'm gonna stay positive because the thing that I was seeing earlier, and I told Jerry this on his space, I really think we're gonna trade with the Colts. I do see a trade back. I put that tweet out where if the Colts,
I got another one for you guys. Sorry.
What you got, Edgar? What you got?
I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay.
From Albert Breer.
Yeah, I mean, for me right now, you got Ted, you got Jalen, you got Michael Williams, market for 8.
So that's spilling the beans on number 6. So we'll tell you that first. Looks like the Raiders are. No, that's okay. It's more pertinent for the Panthers news to know this. So I'm okay with that.
It was from Breer, so I thought it was like breaking.
Yeah, it's legitimate enough. And I think that the chat would like to know more about the Panthers than Ashton Genty and the Raiders anyways, right? I don't think that's spoiling anyone's big fun. Well, that does make it interesting. Now, the player, though, that I think is still going to be someone that got talked about right before the draft started tonight is Tyler Warren. Was a guy that there was some conversation about the Jets were heavily interested in, and that also could affect a team like the Colts.
Yep. I hope so because I'll say this. I was kind of on the Walter Nolan train a little bit when he had the combine. I have drafted him in a couple of mocks. I have had the pleasure of having Ricky on, had the pleasure of having Jared on. Now it's time for Edgar to come on for post-draft. So, I mean, it's more of Walter Nolan steam. The train has caught steam all the way. And the saying that we say, what's up, Doug, it's all gas, no brakes. I really think Walter Nolan could really come in and be that dominant force that we need with the change of pace type of defensive tackle. I said on Jared's, look at what the Philadelphia Eagles did. We talked about it this morning. Again, the offensive line and who wins at the trenches is what helps you win games. And we literally saw it in the Super Bowl. Yes, they had the best player, but the best unit was the Philadelphia Eagles defensive line. That was the best unit. We're not talking about just one player. And they had a rotation of pieces that came in and affected that game the way they did. So if the pick is Walter Nolan, I'm fine with it. I really don't want Ted. Obviously, shout out to you guys for putting me on Jalen Noel. I am definitely high on him. I did see Jared talked about Higgins, his running mate. So hey, I mean, we're getting closer and closer, man. Closer and closer.
To Carmia Chafsu. I apologize completely if I just butchered that or if I just am not reading it the right way. Spoiling picks, apologies. We got ahead of ourselves. We weren't doing it originally. We'll work on it. Apologies. Stick with us. It's live TV. We're figuring it out, man. Sheena Quick here. Dan Morgan's phone is ringing. They may have a trade partner for that number 8 pick. All right. Edgar, I'm going to ask you this because you always ask the questions. So I'm going to turn it on you.
Sure.
If Jalen Walker is still there at 8, let's say he's not taken by the Jets here at 7, which we'd seen his name connected to the Jets too, right? We've seen some interest there. If they don't take him and he's there at 8, are you trading or are you taking Jalen Walker at 8?
Me personally, I'm trading, and then I think if I had to read the tea leaves, I think they want to trade down to a spot where they can kind of get in the past, which we've seen these draft confidentials where like they like 3 guys or 5 guys, like, okay, let's trade back for 5 spots because at least we'll get one of our 5 guys, right? Or they just don't like anybody. So last year they traded way back in the second round and then traded back up to get Jonathan Brooks. So if they're just enamored with anybody, they might just trade all the way out. I don't think they'll do that here in the first round, but I think if I had to guess, there's a range in which they're comfortable and they'll make that move. But I can't imagine. I mean, again, I could be wrong. Everything's crazy, but I can't imagine going like back to the 20s or back to out of the first round, even if they had a haul. But I would like to think they'd love to trade back and still get Jalen Walker.
Man, but I'm so all right. At 8, if let's say the Jets take Tyler Warren, let's just play a hypothetical, right? They take Tyler Warren, and then Carolina's sitting there, so Jalen Walker is available at 8, and so is Tet McMillan, right? And Walter Nolan, and we have heard the conversation that Carolina is next. This is not a drill. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
He's saying because the Jets pick is
in. Okay,
yeah,
Jets pick.
Okay, so that hypothetical, I have such a hard time, guys, seeing them passing on Jalen Walker. Like, I know that they would like to accrue other picks. They have just seemed in love with this guy. Like, just in love with him. Jalen Walker, no matter what. You see Jared's sign right there? Yeah. I feel like that's it, though, man. I feel like that's how they have been. But at the same time, having Tet, having Jalen, having Nolan, having Michael, having Donovan Ezeraku, all still on the board that we know that they like and they're comfortable with. That makes me also think that Edgar, you're right. That the trade back could be very much on the board.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys buy the hype? Or I know obviously betting lines are not draft analysis, but do you buy the hype, the late hype for Tesoro McMillan to be essentially the highest betting, the likely betting favorite for pick 8?
I think that some of that might have come from the idea that some of these other players might be off the board. Like if Jalen Walker was gone, right? And the Panthers were, what Dan said, stuck at 8, right? Then I think the Tet made a lot of sense. Or if you thought maybe this is why they're fielding calls. Maybe somebody wants to get Carolina's pick to take Tet. And that's why he was the number 8 betting favorite. Maybe it wasn't about Carolina taking him. Maybe that was just the draft's positioning that they figured was the place for the trade.
You know, I feel like this board has kind of fallen perfectly for Carolina in a way where they aren't having to stress about trying to trade down or like knowing who's going to be the pick where. Like I think the order is going to be about the same as it was when I did my last mock drafts several weeks ago. Or full first round mock draft several weeks ago. I mean, it's playing out perfectly like it was then. There's a different team at 2 and 5. So Carolina, they're basically going to have Jalen Walker and Tet McMillan available for them here at number 8. And they could go any direction.
You can see Uncle Quan is going for the
He don't need to say that. Look, I was going to tell you the boot my brother and co-host out. He better be out here. Getting patients.
Jay Balmer, greetings and salutations. Jay, good to see you, man. Good to be seen. Happy to be here with everybody. We got 800 people watching right now. If y'all do me a favor, hit that like and subscribe button, man. Draft Crush and Panthers on Tap. We got a little crossover going tonight. And stick with us. We've got potential for some other guests popping up. We don't know for sure. We're not positive yet. We are just kind of letting everyone do their thing tonight. But we could have some very fun guests for you.
Hey, Ricky, are y'all going to talk about the pick for the Jets or y'all going to want to wait? Because
has it been announced?
Not yet.
You and Edgar actually did a mock draft and actually hit this one out the park.
If it hasn't been announced yet, we'll hold off. But if it's been announced, we'll talk.
It's not announced yet.
It's on Twitter. No. It's on Twitter. So
okay, let's wait.
It's not on the broadcast. It's not on the broadcast.
But real quick, I want to share some information. Joe Shaheen said his team is picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option. So that doesn't make a ton of sense after drafting Abdul Carter, but they must have a plan of some sort for Carter
or moving
and
him,
Thibodeau and Burns. Like that's going to be interesting, but that's a handful to block.
It is. It is.
The NASCAR packages are going to be insane.
Jay Ballmer says, just know I've been a sub for a while. I just couldn't make it to the live. Hey, man, we're happy you're here tonight. What a good night to come on to the live, right?
Yes.
It's draft night, round one.
Yes,
couldn't ask for a better one, Jay. All right, we got another screenshot here. Minutes
same
after
thing
drafting.
It's
the same thing. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm behind. You guys bear with me. I'm just kind of living in the moment, having some fun. I'm like a dog, just like hanging with my head out the window, just looking at everything around me, man. I'm not even paying attention to where we're driving.
Oh, man.
No, I'll tell you fellas this. When I was talking to the fiance, I was like, my chest, like last year, my chest wasn't beating so fast. Like, my chest has been beating fast since the draft. I'm like, no, there's no way we can mess this up.
Let's do this.
No way.
Oh, go ahead, Doug. Sorry, I was trying to talk to Edgar anyways. My bad. I cut you off for no reason, bro.
You're good. You're good.
No, I was gonna say, Edgar, let's do this. Find when it is our time, right? When it's our pick and we're ready. Find reactions from Panthers fans on Twitter about who they want us, what they want us to do, right? If you see people saying trade, find that. If you see people clamoring for a certain player, let's see what the feel is out there. Let's do a temp check, if we will, a little virtual temp check of Panther Nation.
Okay. Sounds good.
That'll be fun to see, because then we'll get to see the meltdowns if it's not that person or if it's not that outcome, right?
You just want meltdowns.
I do. I don't want the meltdowns, but I don't know, man. This is part of the fun, right?
Hold on. I just see something on Twitter. If they did that, I would be excited.
So real quick. Yeah, Amar Minbu is the pick for the Jets, but also James Gladstone said the framework for this trade for number 2, Travis Hunter, has been in place since early April. We had a good idea the last couple weeks that this was going to come to fruition.
Holy smokes.
Wow. We don't know shit.
No, we don't know a damn thing. We don't know nothing.
And I excuse my French all the time, but, I think tonight we're going to get a pass for anything that ends up happening. But
hey, it's okay. We got the little explicit E next to our podcast on all the platforms, man.
Yeah, we're all good. Yeah. We're good.
Look, they watch any show with me on it. They're going to hear some words they're not supposed to.
Hey, fellas, we have 2 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock till the pick has to begin. So that gives you guys a heads up.
Shocked they went to commercial with the Panthers on the clock.
They do it.
Roaring Riot pointing out the obvious, right?
They do it every year.
Every year. I feel like Rodney Dangerfield is the Carolina Panthers. They get no respect.
Pick is in.
Yeah, am I allowed to say that?
They just made the pick. No trading.
All right, hold on real quick. Before we do that, got to cheers, because we have our first super chat of the night. Wesley Carrier. Ricky needs a raise. #Tet. Wesley, appreciate you as always, man. Good to see you in here, and hope that this pick goes your way. If it doesn't, though, I will still be here with you, so you can lament with me.
Ooh, I saw the pick, but I won't say anything.
Oh,
don't you spoil it. Don't you do it.
I'm not spoiling anything. Just letting you know I saw it.
Wow.
Don't you do it.
Wow.
We probably have a good, 5-ish minutes until they announce it. So I guess, Ricky, are you the only one who hasn't seen it yet?
I must be. I must be.
Those who have not seen it, should we have our last final prediction before we go?
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick with Jalen Walker because that's who I think. I think it's between Jalen Walker and Tet McMillan. I think that's been the feeling for most of this draft period. I was on record saying that I heard within the building that they like.
Oh, all right.
Oh no, he just saw it. So now I'm on an island by myself. Doug, at least I had strength in numbers. Now you just got me out here looking like a fool by myself.
All right.
All right, so those are my two. Those are my two. Jalen or Tet is where I would go.
Okay.
Imagine if they took Shamar Stewart.
Oh, it would be chaos. Did you see the thing though that I tweeted today, like from Math Bomb, the RES thing where they were talking about if you have the over 255-pound weight designation for a defensive end position and hit over 9.85 on the RAS, that you have a 100%. There's like a 100% success rate as far as having had one season of 10 sacks or more in the NFL. That is a crazy statistic. Zachary Hernandez, does Curtis make an appearance on the screen? You mean in Wisconsin for the draft? I hope so, man. His wife has an incredible show. Oh, Keaton's with me. Keaton hasn't seen the pick either. Good, Keaton. We ride together, man. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You and I are going to figure this thing out. Gene clearly has seen the pick. Oof. Oh, man. That makes me nervous.
How about this, Ricky? Since you're not watching, how do you want to be informed who the Panthers have picked?
As soon as it's announced, you guys just tell me. Just rip it off like a Band-Aid. Don't soft play me. I need to know quick.
We'll do a countdown then.
Z Nature, oh my God, not saying anything. This is crazy. You guys are making me feel like nuts in my head right now.
I can't believe they picked Shedeur Sanders. Like, that just shocked me.
Hey, if they pick Shedeur Sanders, I'll finish this beer by eating it.
Ricky,
I'll eat the can.
Ricky, they took Jacob Parrish. Jacob Parrish.
I'm going to tell you something right now. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. I'll take Jacob Parrish at number 8, and I'll walk away.
No, it's Luther Burden. It's actually Luther Burden.
Hey, again, don't play with me. Don't tempt me with a good time. We get Luther Burden, man. I'm going to be doing the rest of this show from outside, burning furniture and having a great time like Franklin Street, jumping over couches.
I think it says Andreas Borregales.
Borregales.
Look, they're taking me at number 8. I just got the text message. I'm going to be playing edge rusher for Carolina.
Congratulations, Jared. You fucking worked really hard up to this moment.
I heard he's like a Clark Kent.
Yeah, they know who he really is, though. They know his real identity.
No, Edgar, come on, man. Nah.
It's a compliment. I know.
It looks like the Panthers draft room is celebrating. They're celebrating. They're excited.
What'd you say, Doug?
They are loving this pick.
I said
David Tepper's on the phone.
I said after you see the pick, I'll give you my reaction, and I'm about to go eat dinner with the missus.
Yeah, good deal, man. Thank you for coming on, Doug. Appreciate you, man.
You already know,
Ricky,
man.
Hold on. I'm going to put this on mute, and I'm going to listen
was slamming the table for this pick. Oh.
Ricky, just to paint a picture for you, the draft room, the war room, however you want, like, it was just ecstatic. They were high-fiving. Tepper was on the phone. They were hugging each other. So feels like there's some consensus that they got the guy.
Okay. So this is, I think I know who it is, and I don't think it's the guy that I put in my predictive model. I think it's the other guy that I have been saying they've had interest in. What got me here is someone was slamming the table from Z Nature, because there's only one person that has been really slamming the table on Panthers on Tap. Curtis and I have both had a couple guys that we've wanted, but Bryson, who will be on this show shortly, he will be here in just a bit, or he's supposed to be at least. We'll see.
If he hasn't thrown his jersey on the ground and left yet.
Yeah, but I'm starting to think that he's not going to throw a jersey. I'm starting to think he's going to throw a party. If I had to bet on these little context clues here. Have they announced this pick yet? Can I find out who the hell is a Panther?
They are coming up to
it right now. Okay.
The lectern.
Oh, Jared's going to turn. Okay, he's got it.
Are you listening?
Tataria McMillan is the pick at number 8.
Wow. T-Mac.
All right.
8.
Wow.
All right, Doug.
Hey,
Doug,
shout out to my boy Monty.
Monty's going to have the best night of his life.
Mind.
Yep. All right, Dougie, give me your reaction, and then go have your nice dinner with your
I'm sorry, Dougie. I'm sorry, bro.
He I'm mad. Like, I'm mad because, again, oh, my gosh. Like, okay, this is the reason why I'm upset. Did we do enough to fix this defense? Because everything fits on the defense. I understand this is a process, but I'm looking at it as you could have added another blue collar player on the defense to go along with the piece that you brought in. But I'm not going to give up because it's just the first round. But we definitely you still need a safety. You still need another edge, and you still need a linebacker, which we can still get. But I will say this: Bryce got his guy. He got Edsel last year. I think that's one thing too. We traded up and got Edsel last year. Now you go another year. getting a wide receiver, there's no excuse for Bryce Young now. I mean, I've heard every single one of you guys behind the scenes. We didn't give up on Bryce, but now it's like Bryce has everything at his disposal, everything. So if he can't produce with this being added to our already offense that was blooming, what else can you do?
Look at our guy T-Bone for WFNZ. Me, only way I'm coming in upset on Friday is if the Panthers take McMillan. Panthers, see you Friday. Shout out to Travis Hancock, T-Bone, one of the best radio personalities in Charlotte. Dougie, man, I'm very sorry for your pain here. Look,
I'll get over it.
Go,
look,
I'll get over it. Get over it immediately, man. Go have a nice dinner with your fiance. Have a nice little cocktail or a seltzer or something like that.
Oh, we might have had a slush machine hooked
there you
up
go.
here.
There you go.
So,
Doug, thank you very much for coming on, man.
I appreciate y'all, fellas. You already know it, man. I'll definitely be talking to you guys behind the scenes. So everybody have a good one. And like I said, it's the first night.
No doubt, man. Have a good one, Doug.
Hey, there's going to be several. See you, Doug. You know, there's going to be a couple people on social media.
We'll swap somebody out and bring up another person because we got guests.
There we go.
Now. There we go.
There we go.
All right, JJ, talk to us. Hey, first of all, hold on. Before we get to JJ, I get to JJ, I want to say to Wesley Carrier, because Wesley is the one that gave the super chat earlier, and he had the hashtag TET on there. So Wesley Carrier, you are a happy man tonight, and I appreciate you coming on. So cheers to you, my man. JJ, talk to us.
Hold up.
Yeah, he's got to get the light on so he can really show us the facial expressions that he's got going right now. It's a little smile. There's a slight smile there. No, never mind. It's not a smirk at all.
I'm a man of my word.
Okay.
I'm a man of my word, and I said that I wouldn't gripe at any of the picks that the Carolina Panthers made tonight. So I'm not, right? Congratulations, Edgar. I know that's your guy.
SoCal.
Yeah, I know it's
Sorry. You want the Atlanta guy, I want the SoCal, the Carolina Atlanta guy, and I got the SoCal guy.
Yeah, and so obviously I wanted Jalen Walker. It really hurt seeing him on the board and us not doing that after so many ties. And honestly, I think a need for that type of guy. But I think for the second year in a row, we see that the Carolina Panthers are really invested in making Bryce Young the guy that Tepper drafted him to be, right? And I say Tepper because Canales and Morgan weren't in the positions they're in when they drafted Bryce. Bryce showed that he was, capable at the end of last season. And, I'll be honest, like our wide receiver room was not one that scared anybody. And if they want Bryce to take the next step, I think this is a vote of confidence for who they believe Bryce can be with more talent. I was wondering if they really believed in him after last season, but this is a confirming vote across the board that they do believe that he can be a guy, and they're helping him become the guy they think he can be. And so, we've seen Canales historically with Seattle's offense and, the fact they had multiple guys who could get it done. We saw him in Tampa Bay with Mike Evans, who Ted has been commonly compared to, and now he gets his Mike Evans. I don't know if he has his Chris Godwin, but he definitely has his Mike Evans type. And so I'll just say, man, I'm gonna wait and see. Obviously, I think the draft now comes down to what they can get done defensively tomorrow, unless they do something crazy tonight. But, I'm waiting for tomorrow now to see what they can do on defense. I was 100% focused on defense, and so I am disappointed about Jalen, but I'm not upset about Ted. And but I think this puts a tremendous amount of pressure on Bryce Young.
100%.
And so, yeah, we have an offensive line. We know that the offensive line can block. We have running backs. We know that we can run the rock. Now Bryce Young has 2 consecutive first-round picks, or a second-round/first rounder in Xavier Legette and Tetraro McMillan in consecutive years. And I think, he has to prove that he can be one of those dudes, man, in the league, and so it's up to him. But I'm looking forward to seeing who he can be, and seeing if he can realize that potential. Because I think if for some reason he doesn't, then I think it's a different conversation.
Can I ask what? Because you guys are watching the draft, I'm not right now. I'm just sitting here doing this, which is really bizarre. First of all, JJ, I don't know if you saw any of that before you got in here, but they all knew the pick. They all knew what was going on, and I'm sitting here just like a duck out of water trying to figure out what the hell is happening. Oh, okay. You got yours on your phone?
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I didn't like the first notification was kind of misleading because it said that curveball or whatever from Schefter.
Right.
And so I said it, and my son, who is sitting here.
What's up, Mason?
What's up, Mason?
And so when he saw it, when he heard me say it, like I just mumbled it because he didn't want me to ruin the moment.
Yeah.
But I was like, Ted?
Well, and what I was going to ask is this comment here is what had me thinking about it. So chat, y'all let me know too. But I'm going to ask the three of y'all, since we're sitting here talking with each other. This dude is so full of himself and so cringe. I'm pissed that this actually happened. Prove me wrong, Ted. So I got a question. Was there something like when he got picked, did they talk to him and he had anything in the interview or anything that sounded cringy? Or was this just from somebody on like the
I didn't hear the
previous
interview, but that doesn't sound like McMillan at all. Like I've heard nothing but great things about McMillan off the field. But I will say this about Ted. As much as I've had reservations about him, and he was not my number one receiver in this class, Ikbuka was, but McMillan was always a possibility here at 8. And I like McMillan. I really do. I just don't think the talent was truly top 10 worthy. But at the same time, I understand the ceiling. I understand the talent level or the talent he possesses and what he can become. He sounds like a player that will want to have the work ethic to improve as a player. Like it wouldn't surprise me if he's a quality route runner in his first year with Carolina. And it's a similar thing to what happened with Xavier Leggett last year when he became a quality route runner. Just hopefully Tet doesn't have the same kind of trajectory in year one. But I like McMillan. Don't get me wrong. I think he's going to be an immediate impact player for this team. You get yourself a big-time weapon, or you guys a big-time weapon. I mean, big-size weapon.
Yeah.
Thing. Elite ball skills, elite catch radius.
Yeah.
It's a solid pick for Carolina.
I'm going to pause real quick to acknowledge Wesley Carrier, who is celebrating tonight because he got his pick and he is back with a second super chat. So I have got a brand new beer, Wesley, to cheers for you on this one. Wesley put in a very nice super chat for us on this one. Yay or nay, best player available or move up and down? As we have more ammo than in recent years, Bears suck. First of all, I love the hashtag. I think we should keep that petty rivalry going for as long as we possibly can as Panthers fans and Bear rivals. I'll ask you three this while I drink and cheers to Wesley Carrier. Would you move up or down here with the second round pick? Would you try to move back into the first round? Would you try to move higher up in the second round to maybe do what JJ was alluding to, get that edge rusher or something that you feel like is still a little bit neglected here on this team? I mean, we got to be honest about that. I like Tet, and I don't have a problem with this, and I had someone tell me, and I think, we even talked about this, I think, on the Panthers on Tap episode this past week. I had people say in December that Ted McMillan had fans in the building. That was in December. They had internal support. So this was the Panthers. First of all, kudos to them doing a good job not showing their hand. What, you got something for me?
Just a picture that you might want to see.
Okay. Did you already put it in here?
The Sports Center picture?
No, this one.
Oh,
there we go.
Look at that. Curtis got a picture with Tet.
And Bryson's in. Let's go.
And Bryson is here. So hold on. Let me remove this picture for a second. Show Bryson. Bryson is sitting there and enjoying his vape. What are you smoking, like a vape cigar? Is this like your vape? Oh no, it is a cigar. I thought it was a vape. He's really smoking a cigar inside of his house. You definitely are crazy, man.
Hey man, I'll be able to clean it out. Don't worry. I don't ever smoke in the house. This is a win, man. Ricky, and
hey, take your circle, brother. You earned it.
Jared and Edgar, you all know I've been on the Tet train for
I know.
as long as I can remember. And I didn't think they would do it. I'll be honest. I really didn't. But for Jalen Walker to be on the board and them to go Tet, there were reports that, like Ricky mentioned, people in the building liked him. I just didn't believe it. I really didn't. I thought, all signs were pointing towards edge. And I think if they would have went edge, I was telling my friends that I have over, if it's Jalen Walker or Tet, I'm happy. And I'm happier with Tet, to be completely honest. And I think he comes in day one. He's the best wide receiver on this team. I believe that wholeheartedly. I've said that multiple times. I think he brings an aspect to this team that they just don't have right now. And I'm going to sit over here and smoke my cigar.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Look, first of all, we got 2,000 people in here watching the Draft Crush on tap.
Hey,
let's go.
Hey, look who was the tight end one. Look and see who was the tight end one.
Did you hear it?
Colston? Oh, wait, did he just go?
Colston Loveland.
He went before Tyler Warren?
I told you.
Yep.
How about it? I feel like there's a draft guide out there that might have had it that same way.
I gotta listen to this press conference.
Yeah,
real quick,
Jared,
right
we'll drop you off and come back up, okay?
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Who did the Saints pick? You guys see that?
I don't know. I'm not even watching this damn
Kelvin
draft.
Banks. Kelvin Banks.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Let me hit the cigar again.
I will also say a Georgia guy got drafted.
Wait. So hold on. Let me take a step back here. I was so enthralled by Wesley Carrier and his generosity. First of all, I don't even know what pick we're on. I don't know what pick we're on. I know that the Panthers picked T-Mac, and I pretty much just shut down for a second, to be completely honest. Like, what pick are we on?
Hey, Ricky, just FYI,
yes.
The Panthers got the press conference is on right now, too.
It's on right now. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you can share that, but
I wish I could. Let me see. Hold on. I might be able to. Hold on.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go to the Panthers. Let's go live. Then let me see if I can stream.
But congratulations, Bryson.
Thank you, man. I'm very, very happy.
All right, so let me see what you got going.
Look at you, Ricky.
Look at the high tech.
Kind of his lack of elite speed.
Yeah, I think he has really good play speed. I think the thing that pops off the tape about Ted is just how smooth he is, his body control, his ability to adjust to all types of throws, his catch radius, and his hands are elite. He catches everything outside his frame, and he can win the jump ball down the field and in the red zone. He's a guy that has 18 touchdowns the past 2 years, so he puts the ball in the end zone, and obviously that's something that we want to do.
Dave, do you view him as a day one impact starter?
Absolutely, he's gonna have to work for it. He certainly comes in just like everybody else, and comes into a talented group. Probably the thing I'm most excited about is just the further we dug in, the pro day, all the postseason work, just getting to know the guy. Spending time with him. We had him here on a 30 visit, to be able to spend a little bit more time and just making sure that he was the right fit for our team. The type of players we're looking for. They love playing ball. They love to work on their craft, and it really shows up, when I just kind of, we were, Dan and I just the last couple of days, as we're getting ready for this pick, we're just like nitpicking. And so I put my receiver coach hat on and just watched his pro day and watched his just his route craft, the way that he can reduce his surface and top of routes as a 6'4" guy, the way he comes back to the ball, some of the things that you look for as a great starting point for a receiver, and so, giving us that good size element, the red zone target, a lot of things to be excited about, so something that was really cool for us to just come together on and kind of knew, unless somebody blew us out of the water with something, we weren't going to let our guy pass. And so it was a great moment for us.
Their guy. They weren't going to let their guy pass. That's awesome.
On the defensive side of ball and free agency, how much did that impact your draft board?
I mean, you certainly take it all into consideration, but like Dan said, we follow the board. You rank the players how you like them and where the talent's at, and so you just stay true to it. And it comes right to you. Some of those picks right before us, really thought, the fifth pick was a big moment for us. Kind of like what was going to happen here that was going to help us get our guy at that point. And so, with Cleveland taking Mason Graham right there in that spot, the board kind of felt like Ted's going to make it, and we're holding our breath right there, for a couple more picks, but really excited about that.
You guys as a program have preached size and length. Obviously, McMillan fits those molds. I'm just curious, how does he fit into like the wide receiver room from a complementary standpoint outside of those attributes?
Yeah, shoot, you got like a basketball team going on right now. There's different attributes, and Xavier, the power and speed he brings, Thielen's craftsmanship. You saw Jalen Coker come on strong last year. Tet all of a sudden brings in this really long, 6'4" target to kind of round out the group. So, it's a really cool group to think about. And I mean, obviously, like right off the bat, Brad and Rob coming down the hall, and I'm like, all right, boys, here we go. And so pretty exciting.
I know I harp on this point a lot, but you're a former wide receivers coach. Brad's a former wide receivers coach. Rob, all of his accolades. You guys have invested so heavily in wide receiver. From a developmental standpoint, how much pressure does that put on you guys to kind of deliver and make that group kind of ascend?
I love that. I love for the pressure to be on us to utilize these guys with their talents, the unique abilities they have, to fit them into the core of our schemes, to continue to find out who we are and to find that identity, in the pass game. And then, of course, just from a team standpoint, just getting football players, getting dogs, getting playmakers. And we really felt like we got that in Ted.
How much did just the way Bryce finished the season and seeing that uptick, how much did that go into like saying, look, we got defensive needs, but we got to get this quarterback another weapon?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me it's and for Dan as well, we got to do what's best for the team. And the best thing we can do is to evaluate our board to stay true to where we have guys at. And when you really like have conviction about a player and they come to you, the alternatives, like the trade alternatives and all those things, they got to like blow you out of the water, to pass up on all the work that's been done, not just, myself and Dan, but his whole staff. My staff as well, just looking at these guys and being able to evaluate them.
He's saying that they had get rated
so
very
that it's
highly
a collective decision, so that we all go into this thing with a commitment to make the Panthers better.
You guys both had said individually this offseason that you were good with the receiver group you have. Clearly, you felt it needed another piece.
Poker face.
No, I wouldn't so much say that. I mean, I just think again, like you follow your board and you take the best players, and Tet was high on our board. We obviously felt really good about him, and he was there for the taking, so we didn't want to pass up on a good player.
Was there a particular moment where you guys looked at each other and said, okay, this is our guy?
I felt like it was about like every time we watched them, we're just like, another great catch, and just the way that he just
couldn't agree more, Dan.
It's effortless that the way he catches the ball, and he catches everything outside his frame, and he's just just a great receiver that is super fluid. His body control is some of the best I've seen in a while. So, he's exciting.
And the one thing that I really learned from Dan just through the process is the biggest challenge, which is all still new to me as a head coach, is to get into the horizontal comparisons of offensive players versus defensive players. And when you start looking player for player and the dynamic way that they move, the dynamic way they play, and having to try to compare them across different positions, apples to oranges, was really kind of where we came back in the process and kept putting him on. And then you're like really excited. And you almost can't turn the tape off. So it's like it stood out, in such a special way that, he made the decision easy for us. Yeah.
You guys, 2 years in a
Interesting
row,
stuff, man. Really interesting stuff.
Turning into an offensive guy there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm turning into a guy that just wants to bring good football players in here, and it's just another opportunity to bring a great player in here.
Is there a chance you're not done today?
No. Yeah. No, I think.
Love that question.
I think we're done.
I don't think Dan understood it. I don't think Dan understood it.
I meant like, no, we're not.
When you look at last year's
I
draft,
think Dan got very confused.
yeah, I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna be busy. When you look at the way you guys handled last year's draft, now that this first pick's in, what lessons can you possibly take from last year that you might apply now to day 2 and day 3?
Yeah, I think it's just going back, reassessing your board, and trying to figure out what guy is going to fall to us at 57, and then just kind of weighing the options of, hey, should we trade up? Should we stay where we're at? Should we trade back? So, I just think all options are on the table again, right? With the second pick, and we're just going to attack it, and we're going to follow the board.
If you had traded back, did you have like a
we had a lot of people sniffing around. I think it would have had to be something above and beyond.
No, it didn't. You said the opposite, Dan. You told him you would trade number 8 for number like 9. You would go back a spot.
Can you talk about the cultural fit that he might be with this team?
Yeah, I mean, and then speaking to just kind of like the lessons learned from one year to the next, we look at the guys that we brought in last year, and they fit the profile of what we want for Panthers football players. And so that's really that commitment, kind of looking at the guys that just like, the more that we watched him, the more that, you see the different parts of his craft show up. You can tell this is a guy that works on it a lot. For a 6'4" guy to be able to reduce at the top of his routes the way he does, that takes work, and his speed cuts and all those things that you just kind of see somebody that's working on his game. And so I think just, taking a note out of that and just knowing that we're getting another person that fits into what we're trying to do. And the guy's a baller, and that's like, there's a simple way to look at it. You watch film and the ballers show up, and they make plays in big moments, and they're always looking to do something special.
Either one of you, the defense had historical struggles last year. With the offensive wide receiver group, you have 2 guys already above 6 foot, 6'3". What would you say to the fans about what you believe about this
asking
defense?
That question?
Not taking a pick in the
Jack Taylor
out of the ball this early in the draft. What would your message to the fans be about what you believe about this defense?
I'll go first. Same thing. We're trying to do the best thing for the Panthers, and that's our commitment. Is if we can stay true to our evaluation process and follow the board, be disciplined about that over time, we'll select the players that we have conviction on, that we're all on the same page with, all on the same board. All on board with to make those choices, And so I think the consistency of the players that we're looking for is what we're after, And I think that, it's been said, in different ways, like if you start to chase needs and you're not just being true to your process and true to the players that come to you and the ones you have belief in, I think that, sometimes that you can, get yourself a little bit out of whack and not in alignment for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and we did attack our defensive needs through free agency, and again, we have eight picks
That's gonna
left.
rub people the wrong way.
Our board has a lot
people
of
that didn't like those free agent
on there
acquisitions
as
are
well,
not gonna like that comment.
It's definitely not something that we're going to neglect.
Dave, I don't think you answered this already. Apologize if you did, but have you communicated with Bryce yet about this?
Yeah, right away. We got him on speakerphone and talked to Bryce. He's fired up. So another Southern California guy. They kind of played. They were in different times, but Servite High School, Mater Dei are rivals. And they're kind of in the same area. So there's no love lost there. But I think for the culture of what we're trying to do, that part is just a bonus.
A little bit similar question, but do you, on something like this, do you communicate to Xavier Leggett, who might feel a little threatened by this?
Not right now. Right now, we're celebrating this moment with our guys, and when Ted gets here, again, tomorrow will be an opportunity. He'll be in here at some point, so I'm sure, the fans will be able to meet him at some point.
Are people going to take that out of context and blow that up?
It's just about celebrating this moment. And when
they will,
right?
Here,
he's a Panther. He's one of us.
Have an indictment of Leggett in his early development?
No, Xavier, he wants to win, and that's all Xavier cares about. Just
this took a turn.
That question, Xavier wants to win, and he's hungry to go out there and compete and show up big this year. And I know he's been working his butt off, and we're excited about him, and we're excited about the team and the direction that we're headed.
All right. Thank you.
See you guys.
All right. So, let's do this roundtable style real quick.
Yeah.
I want to start. We're going to go in order here from where it goes. We're going to go Edgar down to JJ over to Jared, and then I'll talk about it while we look at everything else. But Edgar, give me your initial takeaways from the pick and from the press conference. Anything that stood out to you right there?
Gene mentioned it just for my agenda, like the visits matter, right? We talked about with Jared, the Jaguars and the Rams could do no visits, no any meetings whatsoever and pick their guy. Panthers have been completely opposite ever since I've been tracking it. And so I just want to say like, hey, the visits matter as showed by the press conference. Obviously I'm biased. I liked it, but I also I hear Jared, I hear the people, I hear JJ, I hear the people who are disappointed, not disappointed, but maybe, hoping for a different direction. And so I'm not completely I'm not going to tell you here, it's no, this is not going to be a bust. This is not going to be a mistake. There's still that doubt in my mind. I hope this works out. But I mentioned it earlier in a group chat, but the connections that he mentioned in Southern California are so strong. And so that Bryce Young and Tetero McMillan, and then I mentioned it, and then Josh Norris mentioned it a couple nights ago on his underdog mock draft, but he was saying the OC for Arizona was Brendan Carroll for 2 years, and he was the OC for Tetero McMillan. He was actually Dave Canales was actually on the same staff as Brendan Carroll in Seattle. He had the other Carroll brother on the staff last year. And so there's a lot of connections here. So I'm not surprised whatsoever that the people who are making these decisions are drafting people that they're most comfortable with. I hate it, but that's how they've always done it in Carolina. Part of me wishes they went Jalen if they wanted to go with that person, that alpha, a leader. I don't think Tetero McMillan is that person where he's going to rile up a whole team and a fan base because he's that guy. So that's the part that I'm missing. He's not also a loaf. He's also not the guy he's not Deontay Johnson, right? But I do think that I'm missing that piece. I also mentioned on Twitter, hey, this is a deep draft and defensive linemen and outside linebackers. They've got multiple picks. They can make some moves. They can move up. They could go back. But I don't think all hope is lost for the defense, because I know some people are saying hey, our defense is shot and we just drafted a wide receiver. And then I'll also say lastly, Mike Kay in his awesome discussion with Alex Zietlow about Jalen Walker, he was saying maybe Evero does not have a preference or hasn't had an experience wanting to play rookies in a major role in his defenses. Could be because he never really drafted one, but it could be just last year, like Trevin Wallace, Shao Smith-Wade, just in general, just looking at Evero's experience, he hasn't leaned upon young people or rookies to be a featured person in his defense. And so maybe all of these elements add up, whether we agree or disagree. It's not up to us. We don't make the decisions. We don't make the picks, but I'm just praying and hoping this actually works out, because I'm not going to sit here and say this is going to be bust free. And I just hope they make their decision, and I just want to win. I don't care who they pick. It's my guy or not. I just want them to win.
Well said. JJ, we're going to get to you. Edgar, will you grab JJ's tweet that he just put out with his diagram? Because that's what I want to talk about once we get reactions. Because JJ, I love that, because it immediately made me start thinking to myself, and I actually have an answer for it. So, JJ, your reaction to the pick and to the presser that we just listened to.
The pick I'm satisfied with. As I mentioned before, I think this is a confirmation of what they feel about Bryce in terms of his projection going forward. I think it conveys some confidence in his ability to take his game to the next level, and I think it says that they're going to help him get there. So I think this is an investment in Bryce more so than anything, much like last offseason. So, from that perspective, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied as a fan amongst fans, right? I'm satisfied for the people who believe that we haven't done enough, to bring him up to the level of his colleagues or peers around the league as a young quarterback. Nobody can say now that Carolina hasn't done what they need to do for our quarterback. And so just for narrative's sake, I'm satisfied. For our football team, I'm actually satisfied too, as long as Dave Canales has a true plan for how he's going to utilize him, not just he's a good Southern Cal guy. Because I always felt, and I did tweet it at some point early in the offseason, that it would be hard for that Southern Cal guy to show up with Dave Canales and having ties to Bryce Young and them not have some type of connection or familiarity, especially them being displaced all the way over here on the East Coast in Charlotte, North Carolina, right? And so bringing in guys who speak the same language, who understand the vibe of who Bryce Young is and, and who Dave Canales is, and they also get him, because Edgar can attest to this. Like most Carolina folks aren't hip on what the West Coast is like, but the West Coast is pretty a unique culture, and having guys who get each other, especially, two quarterbacks who get each other, who have the same stomping grounds. I know culturally, it probably was a shock for Bryce Young to have to get to know Xavier Legette last year, right? Them are two different cats all the way around. But, from a chemistry standpoint, I think it works. Again, you asked me about the press conference. I think it got pretty interesting when they asked, have they talked to Xavier Legette about the pick? And, to me, that was
we've got a screenshot up, not to interrupt you, but I just put this screenshot up, and it's Xavier Legette literally speaking to Tetairoa McMillan.
I love that. I love that.
I'm not going to do the accent of the voice because I feel like there's an element to that that's just kind of awful. But anyone that is familiar with the very Southern drawl that Xavier Legette speaks with, that is why.
I think I could nail it. I feel like I could nail it.
Not supposed to, though, Jared. Not supposed to.
Yeah, I know. I'm good with impressions, though. I really am.
Off air.
I'm from rural.
Off air, yeah. Off air.
I'm from rural South Carolina and got permission to do it if I wanted to, but I'm not.
But I'm not. Yeah, right.
And so I'm not going to touch it. But but what this tells me, and I hope that the fans watching this show tonight, is that Xavier Legette is paying attention, right? His personality, his persona. What folks don't get about him is that while it's genuine, some of it is very performative for the media to an extent, right? But I think the dude is a baller. He loves football. He loves being a Panther. He knows what's going on and what's being said about him. He's paying attention to social media. This matters. I think what Dan Morgan said about that is true. He's showing up. He wants to win. I think he's a competitive guy. And I hope that this takes a little pressure off of him, right, to have to be the guy. I didn't like the question about, him, the way they asked Dave Canales, have they talked to Xavier Legette? Because at the end of the day, the way I see Xavier Legette is that he was a second-round guy who was picked last year, right? I don't think that they have to ask him anything, right? I think I kind of hate the way our media handles business because they can make something out of nothing. And I think that's a big nothing burger. I don't care who was picked. I don't care if it was Luther Burden. I don't care if it's Marcus Golden. I don't care if it was Emeka Ibuka. Like, it could have been any wide receiver. Yeah. And I don't think that anybody needs to ask what Xavier Legette felt about anything. So I think it's just bad journalism.
I mean, look, we know how good Justin Jefferson is, right? And they have Jordan Addison. Right. If the Vikings drafted another wide receiver, why would they have to ask Justin Jefferson for that? Like, that the whole point of this is that, like, you don't get just one good player on offense and all of a sudden think, our whole offense could just run through them. No way a defense could stop us with that, right? Even if Xavier Legette is exactly who they thought he was when they drafted him, and I still think they believe it. Even if he is that archetype of player that they want to use in a volume level, how does it not benefit him to have another very good wide receiver that's not 35 years old? Like, and that's no shot to Jalen Coker either, because Jalen Coker showed a lot of promise, but it was promise from an undrafted free agent rookie wide receiver. Like, I'm not betting the farm of a franchise when they bet the farm for the franchise quarterback on an undrafted free agent wide receiver taking over the reins for Adam Thielen. Like, that seems like bad business. So the Tetairoa McMillan, I'm with you 100%, JJ. That question, and I think it was from Joe Person, who's usually pretty good. He can kind of flake on commitment sometimes when he's supposed to be on a show. But outside of that, I know I probably will get a little bit of kickback from that. But, okay, either way, I'll move on from it. Sorry. But he's usually very good with the questions. He usually comes with like some thoughtful things and not worded in a way that could be manipulative. But that one, it almost seemed like one of those leading the leading the witness, Your Honor, type of situations, right? Like no matter what the answer was, it was going to be, the headline was the question, not the answer. And I hate it when the question is the thing that catches people's attention instead of the answer.
Not the answer. Right. I agree with you, man. Man, a real interesting thing just happened. The Colts, who were rumored to trade up and potentially be a trade partner with us, they put and got their target.
Tyler Warren is an Indianapolis Colt.
Okay.
Man, I can't think of a better fit, for that guy.
JJ, it is such a good fit.
I'll be honest, I actually thought that Shamar Stewart was going to go to Indianapolis because of Chris Ballard's absolute affinity for RAS Warriors, right? I thought he was going to see that and be like, y'all are going to have to literally put like shackles on me to get this guy not coming to Indianapolis.
So I kind of want to share my thoughts on the press conference. It's great to hear that the Panthers they knew who their top guy was going to be for several weeks now. And usually around the last couple of weeks before the draft, that's when their board is finalized. That's when they feel like, hey, we can really narrow down who our guy is really going to be. And they go through draft meetings, really get a consensus on what the organization thinks, what the scouts, what the G.
What are you saying, JJ? I'm sorry, Jared. What were you saying, JJ?
Yeah, I was showing my wife that I was on the call with
you. Gotcha. I thought you were trying to get our attention on something. My bad. Go ahead, man.
Nah.
Sorry, Jared.
Hey, hold up for a minute. Hey, babe. Hey, go ahead and give him a keep pounding real quick. All right. I'll talk to you.
So, Cannell, the connection just made so much sense. Like just thinking about it, Canales with his experience as a wide receivers coach, the connections they've had with Arizona as well, as Josh Norris has pointed out. But you also get they also get their guy. They were really showing a good poker face on, hey, we like Jalen Walker. And everyone thought it was going to be Walker. It was going to be just a defensive prospect. No, they went and got another playmaker for Bryce, showing their commitment to Bryce Young. And I appreciate that. They needed to show that they are truly and fully committed with their quarterback. And if this didn't tell you that they are, I don't know what does. And McMillan is that type of playmaker where I think he has a ceiling to be a great receiver. Again, I didn't grade off ceilings for any sort of prospects. I graded with what I saw on film. I am looking forward to doing my own little film review on Ted McMillan, kind of getting another third or fourth look on McMillan, and maybe my thoughts change on how he is before the catch. But this is a guy I'm excited about. As much as I've voiced, some of my criticisms, I still like the player. This is a good pick. Carolina gets their weapon, and they have trust that there's going to be a good edge rushing prospect available in day 2. So, and again, it was going to be edge rusher, wide receiver, first round, second round, or vice versa. It makes total sense.
Yeah. I think you bring up an interesting point too, Jared, and it's the point that Canales kept harping on, was his ability to kind of get into the top of his routes and sink his hips, right? Like that's essentially what he kept bringing up. And to be completely,
he does that well.
He does it well. He does it well. And I think that what Canales is trying to reiterate with that too is, no, he doesn't do it the way that Jalen Noel does it. But no, he's not supposed to do it the way that Jalen Noel does it. Jalen Noel is 5'11", a compact build, right? Like his ability to sink his hips is physically different.
And it's still impressive for someone his size. So
it's very impressive. And those are also, when you look at like Xavier Legette. Now, this is how when I was, studying Xavier last pre-draft season, those were the traits that you look for to find out, can somebody develop into a very good route runner? Does he show that ability? Does he show the physical ability and have those physical traits? He doesn't have to be perfect with it right now. He has to show the ability to do it, right? Like if you go back and you watch Jonathan Mingo at Ole Miss, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to see a whole lot that's going to make you say that dude could develop into a great wide receiver, or at least a great route runner. Could he be a physical, overpowering guy? Sure. But there wasn't a lot of nuance to that game for Jonathan Mingo. For Tetairoa McMillan, there's nuance to it, man. Like he can pace his route running. His release package is gonna improve. I think he's got really quick feet. I think that he can absolutely be effective there. I know there's a lot of concern about him in press man coverage. I'm not overly concerned about that. I think he's gonna be okay. And one thing with Canales' offense too, they do a whole lot of pre-snap movement. Like he's gonna be able to get Tetairoa McMillan some manufactured clean releases. That's one of the staples of their offense, is to help their talent, no matter if their talent needs the help or not. Their offense is based on creating advantageous opportunities for their talent.
And Arizona did the same thing the last 2 years. They
right.
moved McMillan around, and I think Canales, Isaac, and Morgan appreciated that ability, that alignment versatility, and that's it. That's one of his strengths in my notes.
Yes.
Alignment
And
versatility.
it works with
You can line him up
well
in
with
the Z,
Xavier Legette,
line him up
right?
in the X, line him up in the slide. Like this dude can play and succeed and produce from any of those alignments, which is critical at the receiver position. But again, my concerns came from before the catch. He showed flashes, but I need to see more consistency, more consistent tempo as a route runner, more consistent timing or just pacing as a receiver, but overall, I don't hate the player. I don't think he was a top 10 worthy selection, but I think this is a draft where you're going to take a player that's going to go top 10 that shouldn't be in at that selection.
Yeah.
Because McMillan, sure, he has the ceiling, but I think that's what is the intriguing part. He has the toolkit. He has the skill set to develop in that regard.
I think it also just tells you from a pretty obvious standpoint that they didn't think that any of those defensive prospects had the physical traits that made them feel good about taking them in the 10th or the top 10 picks.
Yeah.
Like I think that their intangible argument with Jalen Walker, that always felt almost more substantial than what they viewed him on as an on-field product. Like that was a perception. I could be completely wrong about that, but the way they harped on his, having a coordinator out there, having the leadership on the field. You talk to all the guys in the locker room, and he was the one that rallied the troops. But then when you hear from people in the Georgia program, and JJ, you've talked about this multiple times, you hear from people actually there with the Georgia program. And Edgar, we had this when Brooks Austin came on and talked to us, right? We had him break down multiple Georgia prospects. And he said the same thing. Mykel Williams is the one that within this program, he's the one that everyone seems to think has that game-changing potential number one prospect type of talent, not Jalen. And so I think with this first. Right, exactly. And so I think with Ted McMillan being the pick here, they're telling you, we didn't see it with the defense. I know everyone wants us to take defense, but they said we took the guy that was highest on our board. We stayed true to our board. We did what we could for our team. Oh no, did Jalen Walker just go?
Yep, he is in Atlanta.
You see that, JJ?
Falcon. Oh my god. Oh god. This is gonna go right.
The 49ers drafted Mykel. The Falcons drafted Jalen.
So you're gonna see your two Georgia guys at your two hated teams.
Oh
JJ. God. This might be the worst day that JJ has had as a Panthers fan in some time.
Oh, and that happens often.
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 Okay, real quick, before we get into JJ's sorrow here, I want to post a good thing that JJ posted first. This was the thing that caught my attention, and I brought this up, JJ, when I saw it, and I want to talk about this because JJ posted this awesome graphic that he does, and he changes up the wording and the lettering. It's looking sharp, man. I like it. Panthers projected offense. Is this scary enough for y'all? Now, I'm going to start here, JJ. I don't know if you're saying it's definitely not to you and you want someone to change your mind, or if you're saying, is this enough that now we can be satisfied and say Bryce Young has no kind of talent around him excuses when it comes to performing this season. It'll be his third season as a starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers, second in this system. He showed substantial progression at the end of the season. I think that we could all agree with that he did absolutely look the best he has looked as a pro in the final 5 weeks of the season. But when I look at this roster, this lineup, right? You got Tet, Adam Thielen. We know our offensive line played pretty dang well last season. I mean, they played well. Sanders, Leggett, Bryce Young, Chuba Hubbard. And then we know we have Rico Dowdle, was a reserve pick. We know we have Jalen Coker. So there's a little bit of depth there. We know there's still Tommy Tremble, weapon number 1, right? He's still there. I'm going to say that if they are worth their salt as a developmental staff that they say they are, yes, this is scary enough for me because Tet McMillan is supposed to be a top 10 pick. And when you take top 10 wide receivers, there are certain positions, right, that you don't anticipate having a huge impact when you first take them, whatever. Tet at number 8 should have a pretty good year, man, and he should have some expectations, I think, as far as impact and involvement on this offense. I'm not saying he should lead the team. I would love for that to be Xavier Leggett. I'd love for him to take that torch. But Tet, I don't want to see 400 yards and 3 touchdowns from him. I don't want to see a Jonathan Mingo first year, right? Like, I would like to see something a little bit more expansive than that. Edgar, your thoughts on this? Is this scary enough for you? Or is JJ poking the bear once again and riling up this fan base that's going to sit here and come after him with pitchforks?
I'll mention, well, before I mention it or answer your question, there's a very, very funny tweet. I don't know if you guys saw it, that Steve Smith, they asked Steve Smith what he thought about Tetairoa McMillan to the
Does
Panthers.
it have anything to do with the medical field and rearranging anything?
Oh, no.
Those are different tweets. It's a GIF. It's a GIF. So I would just say, like, watch the GIF. It's I can't post it on here, or if you want to share it.
I was trying
your
to look
screen.
for it.
It's just hilarious because obviously, or those who have been following it, Steve Smith's not the greatest fan of Tetairoa McMillan.
The Rams. Wow.
But did the Rams trade up? Did the Rams trade up? Look at
I
Jared.
think they should sit tight at 26. Either sit 26 or trade back. They're going to get a good talent regardless.
Okay. Were you reacting to that tweet that we just had up about them calling? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
By the way, there's I don't know if it's on already, but there's a Tetairoa McMillan press conference queued up. So I don't know if you want to watch that. Or anyway, to answer your question, I think it's that offense is as scary as Bryce Young makes it, because we've seen many times in the NFL where you have like a dangerous quarterback and it's like, oh, like let's just say Cam Newton in the 2015 season, right? Like he had an injured Kelvin Benjamin, Devin Funchess, just guys, and Cam Newton carried them. If Bryce Young can carry that level of talent or elevate this talent as the number 1 pick is supposed to, then it should be scary. And we saw that near the end of last season where he did it with essentially Adam Thielen, Tommy Tremble, and this is no offense to any of those guys. I'm just saying compared to other teams.
Why do you hate Tommy Tremble and Adam Thielen?
I'm just saying compared to other teams and what they have, they could use more name brand players and elite production type players. I think the dream is that which hasn't happened yet, hasn't surfaced yet, is that Xavier Leggett and in this case Tetairoa McMillan can take a ball and take it like 10-20 yards of yak and stop like Bryson doesn't have to dink and dunk his way all the way down the field to perfection. I think they kind of unlocked that a little bit. If you guys remember at the end of last season, literally every first quarter there was a deep pass to Adam Thielen running a go route. And so imagine that, but except for it's Tetairoa McMillan, right? It opens up everybody else. It opens up Xavier Leggett. It opens up Tommy Tremble. Opens up Jatavian Sanders, right? And so I just want more spacing. I want more movement, like you mentioned, Ricky. But I just think that like the pieces hopefully fits together. But the one thing that scares me, that Mike K tweet that you posted, like this front office or this regime under David Tepper, whether it's Dan Morgan as assistant or as GM or with David Tepper at the helm, they do not have a great history of drafting wide receivers. So if Leggett and Tetairoa McMillan do not pan out, like this is gonna be some dark times, and we might have to throw out this front office if they don't know how to draft a wide receiver and have a developmental wide receiver coaching staff, and they still can't resurrect a good wide receiving team core. Then this doesn't look good. Like there's a lot of pressure on all those involved.
So we're gonna have the press conference here as soon as they get going with it.
And Walter Nolan is a Arizona Cardinal.
So pretty much everything that you could imagine.
That's pick 16. I said 16 was the magic number for where the talent kind of start dropping a bit. And Nolan went 16 to the Cardinals, bro. Like, I honestly feel like we passed on some like top level defensive guys.
Well,
I think there's going to be some quality talent available.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with day 2, right? I mean, that's going to be the really interesting thing because so there's some guys that we haven't seen come off, right? Edge rushers are still on the board. We haven't seen a huge run of edge rushers. I mean, Jalen and Michael went, but Shamar is still there. James Pierce is still there. Mike Green is still there. The one of the best pass rushers in this entire draft, Nick Scorton, is still there. That's just me. Donovan Ezeraku is still there. I mean, there's a plethora of guys, but the problem is the gap, man, from where we sit right now at pick 17, right in the draft. There's 40 picks between us, and we just named 5 or 6 really good edge rushers. But I'm willing to bet you most, if not all, those guys are gone in 40 picks. But you got Braden Swinson, Princely Umamayelen. I mean, there are guys. Jahad Campbell. Look, dude, if Jahad Campbell falls to 57, if Jahad Campbell falls to 33, I want someone to call up.
Start calling right now.
I will start a GoFundMe myself if we
that
money.
will recover a lot for me, bro.
That would make you feel better, right?
It's going to take a lot to make me feel better.
Is it?
Yeah.
What can they do?
Oh boy.
What can they do?
Oh boy.
Something happened?
No.
Oh, you're saying,
I
boy,
was more concerned for JJ and his mental state right now.
What it would take for them to make me feel better right now is this has zero to do with Ted. Like I want to take that, compartmentalize and say, you know what, I'm okay with that pick, right?
Yeah.
I do hate the fact that I think better players are being drafted naturally behind him, right? Better overall players than him are drafted, have been drafted since he was picked up until now. And, I can name 3 guys that I would have picked before him, but I don't hate the pick, right? I don't. So if I can leave this draft feeling good, it would be because the Panthers would have picked 2 defensive starters on day 2 at least. And I'm over the offense now. I didn't post that graphic because I don't believe in what that is, right? I think that offensive line is a top 10 offensive line. I think they proved that. I think on paper we have a top 10 running game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are 2 things that any quarterback would need to be successful, just off the rip. The only question mark we had was the wide receiver group. I think if Tetrara McMillan is all the things that they think he can be, then now you can't say that our wide receiver group is bad because it isn't.
If Xavier is all the things too. All right, we got that on. We're going to turn the volume up to get to this.
And then we will go to Darren, followed by Alex and Steve Reed.
Cool.
Well, let's try this thing again. T-Mac, welcome to the Carolinas. Can you walk us through the emotions as you took that phone call?
Yeah, man, I just feel just relief, just finally knowing what team I get to play for. Man, I'm just blessed. I'm super grateful for this opportunity and this moment, and I'm just taking it all in right now.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
T-Mac, when you think about this offense you're joining at the moment, what do you know about this crowd, and how do you think you're going to fit into it?
Oh, man, I think it's going to be amazing. First things first, obviously, Bryce Young, Cali to Cali connection. That's immediately. And as well as, the other receivers, Xavier, Adam Thielen. And I feel like, our OC, Coach Izzik, will definitely, put it together. I know Coach Canales calls the plays, and, I'm confident in them, and they're confident in me. And, I'm just ready, to take the Panthers to the next level.
Yeah. What do you remember about those interactions with Coach Canales in particular through this process?
Shoot, you know what? It was really just good vibes. It was nothing but good vibes, really talking about just regular stuff. He's a kid from Carson. You know, and I'm from Cali as well, so I feel like we hit it off really well, and really it was just kind of, you know, they took a chance on me, and you know, I'm super blessed.
Hey, T Mac. So going off that, so quickly, you and Bryce Young went to rival high schools. I recently learned.
Yeah.
What about, do you remember, I know you guys weren't exactly the same years, but what do you remember about Bryce playing, and does that make it more exciting to be able to play with him?
I mean, shoot, the first thing I remember about Bryce is he whooped us his senior year on national television by 45 points. But man, I always saw him growing up. You know, he was that dude in 8th grade on the IE Ducks. He went to Cathedral, was a guy, transferred to Mater Dei, finished the number one quarterback, number one player in the country in 2020. I mean, and he won the Heisman in college. I mean, he's literally been the best player at each level of the game. And you know, I've always wanted to be. I've always wanted to be a part of something like that. You know, and I'm just fortunate, you know, that he sat on the
Sounds
table
like a
for
guy
me,
that likes
and you know
football.
that I'm able to play with him, and man, like I said, that connection is gonna be something special.
Edgar knew all that stuff,
And
by the
then,
way, about the
can you
California
take
schools.
us through your apparel tonight? I know that Polynesian culture means a lot to you. Can you explain why you're wearing what you're wearing?
So as far as just the lay,
well, that for sure, but you can go through the rest of the fit too.
Oh yeah, don't mind the color. I
Shout
know I
out
have the
Alex
wrong colors
Zetlow.
on, but I'm wearing purple. You know, it's my favorite color. It represents royalty. Then you know I got some gold chains, black turtleneck. Wearing some Travis Scotts because I'm a Jordan athlete. And then you know, shout out to my grandma for, you know, making these lays, man. Everybody in the green room had it on, so you know, we did something that's never been done. You know, we put the lay on the commissioner, so hopefully, you know, we can start a new trend.
Thanks, man.
Hey, T-Mac, Steve Reed from the Associated Press. First of all, welcome to Carolina and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hey, tell me, can I follow up a little bit on the relationship with Bryce? So have you guys have you met, or is it just kind of, you know him from a, you know, close distance, or have you guys talked? And tell me a little bit about that relationship if you can. I just got a quick follow up after that.
Oh yeah, we kind of just, like I said, we played against each other in high school, so we kind of just knew of each other, recognized our each other's talents. But I had recently, actually, I was fortunate enough to recently meet him probably about a month ago for the first time at 3D QB in Cali, and you know I was fortunate enough to it was my first time ever, you know, catching the ball from him and running routes for him. So I guess you can say we got a head start on our little chemistry.
That's good. And as a receiver, what do you feel like you bring to the Panthers?
Oh man, I think I bring a lot. You know, I feel like I'm a reliable receiver, one that can, you know, play inside and outside whatever they may need me. And but also, you know, outside the field, you know, I feel like I'm gonna bring a good energy to the locker room. You know, I feel like I'm gonna build that camaraderie, that relationship with not only Bryce but the other receivers in the room, as well as, you know, Coach Moore. And you know, I have faith in Coach Moore and his coaching that he's gonna get me to that next level. And you know, at the end of the day, you know, we chasing greatness, so that's the plan.
Sounds like he got the memo about culture
All
fit.
right, and we will go to Mike Solarte, followed by Joe, and then
Shout out Mike
to David
Solarte,
Newton.
Charlotte, North Carolina, the legend.
Where you say, T-Mac, welcome to Carolina. Mike Solarte with Spectrum News 1. You touched on it a little bit earlier about the wide receiver group. Can you kind of offer up some thoughts on being able to work with a guy like Adam Thielen, who's seen it all and pretty much done it all? I mean, could you have found a better mentor for your first year?
I mean, yeah, that's a blessing for me in my position. You know, obviously having Adam Thielen, you know, he's a seasoned vet. He's been in the league for a little while, so you know he's pretty much seen the ins and out of this league. And just me being able to come in and just basically, you know, for him to take me under his wing. And you know, although, you know, I got drafted 8th overall, I'm coming into the facility with an open mind. You know, at the end of the day, I'm ready to be as great as possible. I'm willing to do whatever it takes for this team to be as good as it needs to be. And You know, I'm all ears and open minded to the wisdom and the knowledge that anybody has to give me.
Sounds like he's open
And
to
just
watching
as a
film.
follow up to that, what do fans not know about your game that you're ready to put out there in front of them?
Tell them you watch
my
film.
game.
Tell them you watch tape.
My versatility.
Dang it! You had a great
you know, I
opportunity.
know we got a few other receivers in the receiver room, and
I don't want to lie.
I feel like our receiver room is going to be
It would have been so
incredible.
good.
So you know, I'm willing to play wherever, whether there's X, F, Z, and I feel like we're going to put that on nose as far as my versatility goes.
I like that answer too, though.
I like that.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Hey, T-Mac, welcome with The Athletic. Could you expand a little bit on what you said earlier about Bryce standing on the table for you?
So yeah, he just told me at 3D QB, you know, that he's been, you know, sitting on the table for me, you know, going into the Mr. Morgan's office, going into Coach Canales' office, and really just sitting on the table for me and telling him, hey man, we need to pick this guy. And so I give although, you know, I feel like I did what I needed to do to be in the position. I gave credit to Bryce for, you know, vouching for me and ultimately, you know, for them taking the chance on me.
A lot of influence there from Bryce Young.
I mean, it sounds like you guys were this. Did you say you were the same year in high school?
No, he's 2 years older than me.
Okay, sorry about that. But
could have just
but
asked
you
Edgar
guys are
that.
both young guys. I mean, how about the opportunity to kind of grow with him as he takes the next step, as you take the first steps in your career?
I mean, it's a blessing for me knowing that I have a young quarterback to grow with throughout in the league, and just being able to have a quarterback that's reliable, being able to have a quarterback that trusts in me. And I know he's solid people's. When I met him, you know, he's a good kid, man. You know, it's definitely someone I look up to growing up. So being able to finally be on his team and fortunate enough to catch his passes, I mean, I feel like sky's the limit for both of us in this offense.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it.
Joe didn't want to ask if they
Hey,
should have
T-Mac,
called
David
Xavier.
Newton, ESPN.com. So what do you remember about Bryce's game and that 5-point loss?
Oh man, I mean, first of all, his team was the best. Well, the second best team in the country that year. They lost to St. John Bosco, but
Let's
in
go.
my eyes, he was the best. he was the best player in the country, and to
That's
everybody
Edgar's
else's eyes.
stomping
But,
grounds right there.
man, he was just really
That's
good.
cool.
He knew how to get his teammates involved. He was super patient in the pocket. He threw a pretty ball. And, you know,
Listeners
he
might not
has
know,
swag
but
on the
Edgar is
field.
one
You
of the
know,
most
you can tell he's
influential
confident, but
in
also,
the California school
you
system.
know, calm, collected.
You're
And I feel like
overstating
that's kind of a
Ricky.
reflection of
Never,
my game as well.
never,
You
bro.
know, I feel like we both kind of the moment's not too high, too low for us, and I feel like we'll complement each other really good.
And having said that, have you followed his career the last couple of years, and how surprised are you that he struggled so much those first couple of years?
I mean, yeah, like I said earlier, he's been the best player at every level, and you know, obviously these past couple of years,
you
you know, he
laughing at,
struggled a
JJ?
little bit, and I was surprised. You know,
David Newton.
he one of the best players I've ever
Oh,
seen in my
okay.
life, and you
Man.
know, like I said to somebody
He's
else
so
earlier,
toxic.
just towards the end of the
Such
season,
an
you know, you saw a
instigator.
glimpse of his greatness, and
You think he's
you know,
going to
it
ask
looked
him
like
how
he
much
finally
his
got his
dad
swagger
made or
back, finally
anything
got
like
his
that?
confidence
Like he
back,
did with
and that's a
JC
huge
Horn?
testament to, you know, Andy Dalton just kind of bringing him along.
I'm
And
surprised you didn't ask him about the film watching
man, I feel like
comments.
this is the year where, you know, Bryce will explode, and I'm
Because
I'm
David
happy
doesn't
to be a
watch
part
film
of it.
either. He ain't never seen it.
I think you're the second T-Mac for this team. They had one in
So what?
1995, way
comment.
before you were born.
I
That
know.
was called Tim McKyer. So
Oh wow,
anyway, thanks a lot.
appreciate
Appreciate
it. I
it.
appreciate it, man.
What?
All right, we will go over to Vashon.
All
We have
right.
time for a
All
couple
right.
more.
All right, here's
So
Vashon.
if you
All
have any other
right.
questions, please raise your hand.
Hi, T-Mac. Vashti Hurt with Carolina Blitz. Welcome to Carolina.
Thank you.
I wanted to, just for clarification, you said you want to be called T-Mac and then you had another name. Can you say that again?
Oh yeah, my name right here on my chain, Nalo.
Nalo.
Nalo,
Can you
Nalo.
tell us what that means, the background behind it, please?
So it's kind of a nickname that my friends gave me. Being from Waimanalo, Hawaii, on the east side of Oahu, and you know, I kind of just, like I said, they gave me the nickname, and I kind of turned it to my own brand. Obviously, you know, I got it on my chain, I have it on my T-shirts, and basically, you know, just kind of wanted to make it my brand, and that's what it is.
Thank you. So T-Mac or Nalo?
Hey, that's it. There you go.
All right.
Now you
Also,
see
I
me,
wanted
now
to
it's
know
on.
about
You know what I mean?
your, I know you had a visit here in Charlotte. Just tell us the vibes that you got from Dave Canales and how you guys meshed personality-wise. He said you were a good fit personality-wise for this team. Why do you think that is?
I mean, first things first, he's a Cali dude, so that's immediate chemistry. He looks like he felt like a good just father, good husband, somebody that I would potentially want to be around, and I'm finally fortunate enough to actually be around him.
I'll be back, okay?
Yeah, no worries.
Definitely, they give me nothing but good energy, good vibes, cool peoples. Definitely some of that people that I can mesh with. So I'm just looking forward to coming to Charlotte tomorrow and seeing everybody.
Thanks.
All right, and we will wrap with Scott Fowler.
Hi, T-Mac. Congratulations with the local paper here, the Charlotte Observer. I wonder if there are any wide receivers in the NFL you would currently compare yourself to, or guys that you've emulated, idols in the position.
Like that question.
People that you want to be like.
I mean, shoot. First things first. My favorite football player ever is Larry Fitzgerald. And then two receivers that I watch and I feel like I can emulate and similar play styles is Mike Evans and Keenan Allen.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Appreciate it.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, thank you so much for joining. T-Mac, if you don't
Looks
mind
like-
staying on, that would be great. Everyone else, thank you so much for joining, and we will see you
He's
all
staying
tomorrow.
on so that the Draft Crush on
Appreciate
Tap
y'all.
crew can have a little private conversation
Hell yeah.
here.
He looked like he was a little confused when he said, "Oh, from the local paper." He's like, "What's a local paper?"
like, what do you mean? Like a piece of paper?
What is that? Hey, Ricky, I have a picture that you might want to see also in the.
I do. You got
It's
it.
also-
You got it loaded up there.
Yeah, it's from Dunk.
That's it.
Dion.
Shout out to Panthers on Tap getting the photo with T-Mac. Look at that.
Yes, sir.
On TV. He made it on TV.
Yes, sir. How about that?
Congratulations to Curtis. Great job, Curtis.
Love that for
Living
Curtis.
his
Made
best
us
life.
proud, dude. Made us
So,
proud. We
real
had
quick, pick is in for Tampa Bay.
Okay.
My
Yikes.
guess. It's not the pick, but
Woo!
I hope
Sorry.
it's Donovan Ezeraku. I really hope it is. The fit makes so much
not.
sense.
I hope it's
And-
not. That's the one guy I don't want to see go to Tampa Bay.
I think it'll make you.
I
It'll make you
don't
both say
care,
like, "Ooh."
brother.
I saw the pic. It'll make you guys say, "Ooh."
You saw the pick already?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Ezeraku. Great.
I'm just saying it could be SR, but I'm saying your reaction will be like, "Ooh."
Edgar, you are a manipulator, aren't
Dude,
you?
listen, I've had enough facial expressions in this space to be a meme for years to come. Like I am impossible to hide my facial reactions. Oh, speaking of,
Now hold on. I gotta bring this picture back up, man. I gotta give Curtis all this credit, dude. That's awesome, Curtis. Like, shout out to Curtis, who is in Wisconsin drinking Spotted Cow. His wife has an incredible T-shirt on representing. She's got like a Step Brothers picture, basically, like the Step Brothers movie poster that has Bryce Young, Xavier Legette, and Chuba Hubbard as the Step Brothers, like wearing their sweater vests and stuff, sitting together. Man, I mean, just shout out to Curtis putting on for the Panthers on Tap brand with.
Shout
Ted.
out to Curtis.
I hope that they exchange contact information so that Ted can come on here for his first, on brand interview.
So
if you will.
it's Emike Buka for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh,
I
that's
like that. I like that.
I don't know how much I like that, actually. I think that's a
Really?
weird one with Jalen McMillan in tow. I feel like that's a strange one. I thought that Jalen
Also,
looked pretty
Evans
decent.
and Godwin are kind of like aging and on the back end of their
They
careers.
must think that Emeka has a good amount of versatility, as you and I do, Jared. You and I both agree that he could play outside, but a lot of people have him pigeonholed as that slot receiver. But that pick to me tells me that they see him more as a versatile piece that could play that move Z and also probably predominantly still in the slot because that's where he does a lot of really good work.
He'd be a great block. He's a great blocker in the run.
He's a great
game,
blocker,
too.
dude. And if you're gonna, who is their offensive coordinator now?
I Let me look it up.
Yeah, they got a new offensive coordinator, and I'm wondering.
Well, someone from on staff, but I don't know his name.
And so I'm wondering if it's somebody that maybe has a little bit of influence with
Josh
that.
Grizzard.
Okay. I don't know much about his history, but I wonder if he has history with that
34 years
McVay
old, young
type of system where that
He
move
was
blocker.
he was the pass game coordinator last year.
Okay.
So
Good enough. Fair enough.
I got a feeling it's probably going to be more so the same system.
Yeah. And
Which would be
Cohen
great.
came from that McVay system.
Yeah.
Where they like to use their wide receivers in like the C gap for blocking, bring them on pre-snap motion and throw them through that gap. So I mean that's a good pick. I like Emeka Egbuka. Jared, you and I talked about him a lot during the pre-draft process because at one point he was your one, I think, right?
Still was, yeah.
Still was, yeah.
Was my one for most of the process.
He's a good ball player, dude. He's got some of the most sure hands of any wide receiver. He tested well athletically, which I think gave him a really nice boost as well, because like there were questions about the long speed, there were questions about the explosiveness, and all of the physical metrics to find out about that or to match the tape with it. It all kind of like aligned with it, right? So I think that it's an interesting pick, but I also wonder about how that works out with Jalen McMillan and Chris Godwin, at least for the immediate. But Chris Godwin is coming off of a significant injury. And they probably want a little insurance policy. And the thing that fans, man, sometimes we all seem to forget these elements. That multiple timelines thing, dude, that's not just coach speak. Like these guys are literally building teams that are supposed to sustain for years and through changes and through different, leadership and through different regimes of players. That drafting a guy like Emeka Egbuka, if he's a solid contributor for his entire career, which a lot of people seem to think he can be, that's the kind of player that helps that transition, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking at the production shares between playmakers for Tampa Bay last year, being a top offense in the league. Chris Godwin, I know he missed several games, but like even playing in just 7 games, 50 receptions, 576 yards, 5 touchdowns, like very productive. Jalen McMillan, very productive, 461 yards, 8 touchdowns. Mike Evans, of course, 1,000 yards receiving. Rashad White and Buggy Irving both had almost identical numbers, 393 for White, 392 for Irving. Sterling Shepard had 334 yards. So the production is going to be there for the receivers, assuming the offense is more so the same as last year in terms of just the schematics. So I think Egbuka wouldn't have too much of an issue getting a ton of production, but I do think it opens the door that Evans may have his streak of 1,000 yards come to an end next year. I think they're going to try to spread the ball out more, maybe try to extend Evans' lifeline in the NFL a little bit longer. But yeah, I'm a fan of this pick. I like it. I think there's a role for Egbuka to play in. That may be an indication of how they feel about McMillan, but it might be more so a long-term selection than anything, considering Evans' age and Godwin's injuries and consistency issues. So I don't see an issue with Egbuka seeing the field. I don't think
let me go through some of these comments too, because we had a question during the McMillan presser that I kind of wanted to talk about. And first, let's welcome JJ back to the show.
Yes, sir.
We've got a couple things here that were interesting to me. We'll go first with Zachary Hernandez's comment, because this stood out to me too, Zachary. I love that his favorite player growing up was Larry Legends Fitzgerald. I love that answer too. Larry Fitzgerald was not the fastest, most explosive player. He did have enough of that to threaten defenses, but his main thing was his ability, his processing, his reading leverages on coverages and getting to the right spot, and then having Loctite hands. I mean, you threw the ball to Larry Fitzgerald, he was catching it. Didn't matter where it was. Like there wasn't an area code that man couldn't one hand, right? So I think that was a really cool reference, because that is a play style that I think Tech could mimic. My comp for him was Cortland Sutton. And the reason for that is kind of the reason for Larry Fitzgerald. Like he's a bigger guy, but didn't play an overly physical brand, but his catch radius and his ability to bring the ball in is kind of his selling point, right? And he has enough athleticism. He has enough burst. He has enough explosiveness to threaten that without that being his biggest weapon. And so I think that if he can mold that same type of archetype, man, that's a really successful way to have a long career in the NFL. The question that I wanted to talk to, though, and we'll bring this up on the panel, where are we right now in the draft, by the way? Have the Steelers picked?
The Steelers are on the clock.
Okay.
Broncos pick is in. I don't know
Broncos
what the
pick is in.
pick is
Okay.
at the moment.
So while we wait for that, and
I know who it is.
You know who it is? You already saw it?
I think so.
JJ, you're going to need a drink, brother.
The two of y'all's expressions tonight between JJ and Jared have been phenomenal.
It's John.
It'll make you.
Is it really?
Listen, Edgar, Ricky, one of you two have got to go through this stream and just find some of the best facial reactions I have from tonight.
Yeah,
and
100%.
Start sending them to me. I'm just going to start blasting them on my page.
So before I get into this question, though, I want to shout out the fact that we've had over 3,800 people watch this live stream tonight.
Wow.
Which is phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal that so
nice.
many people tuned in to watch this tonight. I like to think that most of it is because of Edgar and JJ and Jared, the terrific analysis that we have brought on here from our friends, because we do Panthers on Tap a lot, and Panthers on Tap gets good views. But when we get this all-star view right here with these talented, smart Panthers minds, man, it's incredible. So I thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you.
Hey, nobody listens to me.
That's not true.
That's not true.
I listen to you. I listen to you.
I like this for Denver.
I know. I thought we were friends, JJ.
That's right. Okay, so Taylor's question real quick. I want to get to Taylor's because I thought this was a good one, and I think that it's one that all of us will have a nice response to. Hypothetically, if Malachi Starks, Jahad Campbell, Nick Scorton, Donovan Ezeraku, or Mike Green all fall to the second round, what should Dan Morgan do? My answer is pick up the phone and figure out what it takes to get at least one of them. And I say at least one of them because I know we got like 9 picks or whatever. I'd be okay taking 3 picks if you can get Ted McMillan and 2 of those right there. That's enough for me. But one of those has to be a Panther. If all of those guys are on the board, I want Malachi Starks, Jahad Campbell, or Nick Scorton, or Donovan Ezeraku. Mike Green, I think, is a pipe dream for Carolina. I don't think that those character concerns are ever going to fly here in the Bible Belt. I'll just say that. But I think that the other ones have Panther written all over them. What say you, panel?
I would say Pierce. If Pierce drops.
You don't think they would worry about him being at home with all the character concerns?
No, I think with the second round pick, I think you got to take a chance with the talent, right? In hopes that you have an environment that's good enough for him to come in and like the leadership with Clowney and Wanham, who's also at home that can kind of like, because Clowney mentioned last year that kept him away from coming back to Charlotte for a long time, right? But if they want to go after somebody like Pierce, maybe somebody like Clowney can kind of help him navigate what being back home and close to family and back close to friends,
that's a
could mean for him and could help him stay on track. You know what I mean?
Clowney literally said, I wasn't mature enough. I wasn't in the mind state to come back home yet. Now I am. That is a terrific point to say that he could be that support system and that kind of like example, right? About like, I know exactly what you're going through about having some expectations or maybe even some people in your circle that want to get more out of you or want to have a different vibe than what you might need to have to succeed somewhere. Right. Because I think that's a lot of what it is. And this is all speculation, but I know how it is when you have a group of friends that if you have one mission that you're supposed to accomplish, but your friends don't have that same mission, but they're kind of tagging along for it, they don't have to focus on the end game. They get to focus on the journey. And the journey sometimes is the more flashy, appealing part than the end point, which is a lot of work to get to, right?
No, I mean, I think, like, man, I really think we have to hit the Nets pick out the park, and I know that's a lot to ask at 57, and now I'm getting less comfortable with waiting to 57.
So where? Yeah. Okay, so you would move up. So you would probably move up in this scenario, JJ. If these players are on the board, would you do what you could to move up?
I would, do a swap with 57 up to the 30s, and then I probably would give up if they would take the fifth in exchange, for that, from wherever we're coming from, I would try to do that.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know if that's possible. I don't know what the trade value is of that, but I would definitely try to, or, maybe I sacrifice the fourth, knowing I got we got 3/5 or 2/5.
3/5.
Yeah, we got 3/5 because maybe I can leverage 2 of those fifths to get back into the fourth, right?
I think you could. I think so. I did this in my last mock draft for Panthers Wire. I think you can definitely do 57, 114, or 140 to move up in the second round. I don't think it's going to cost too much to move up in round 2, especially super high. Maybe they have to give up a pick next year, like more so like a day 3 pick next year. But other than that, they won't have to give up much. Derek Harmon, the pick for the Steelers. So Shador is...
Well, there it is. There's the beans. He spilled them. He spilled them everywhere.
Listen, Shador to LA. Make it happen. Make it happen.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm happy with that.
I haven't really thought. Yeah, to the Rams.
I mean, it's a perfect destination.
I haven't really thought about that.
Yeah.
Because
they need a better offensive line.
And he wouldn't have to start year 1, which is great. I think that's great for McVay because he's not forced to like develop the player on the fly. He can slowly develop him. Matthew Stafford as one of his mentors, that would be great. I think, and Shador in the LA market with his dad being Deion Sanders. I mean, it's a great match.
You know who I think is going to end up getting him?
Who?
In the similar scenario, if Dallas comes back around.
I think they're very committed to Dak.
I don't.
Really?
I don't. I don't. I think if they have a good succession plan, like I think they'll look at Shador to Dak like they looked at Dak to Romo. You know what I mean? And I know that's not the same scenario, but I think if they have a good succession plan, I mean, Shador is in Dallas. They all know him. The city knows him. They know the family. Deion isn't too big for that. And I think they get a chance to get off of Dak's contract. I think they feel like they've reached their ceiling with that. And Jerry's very much on the entertainment aspect of the Dallas Cowboy brand, right? And, Dak has benefited from being a Cowboy for years, but they haven't benefited from that being a Cowboy. And so I wouldn't put it past the Cowboys to go ahead and draft Shador, let him sit a year behind Dak. If Dak gets hurt again like he did this past year, or he just doesn't take him to the promised land for whatever reason, that contract is pretty gaudy for them to continue to hold on to without getting a Super Bowl from.
Yeah. I feel like Jerry would be. I think Jerry likes Dak a lot to the point where, and they just gave him a massive contract extension, which I would feel like Jerry would be hesitant to really move off of from that. And again, they seem very committed to Dak, especially with people I've talked to in Dallas Cowboys media circles. Dak is their guy going forward. They could draft a developmental quarterback for sure. I just don't think they're going to draft a developmental quarterback early. And I'm not saying Shador is a developmental quarterback, but all quarterback prospects are more developmental quarterbacks if you think about it. But so I don't see the quarterback being a possibility for Dallas. I think they're going to sit tight. They want to probably stick with the trenches, add more rush talent or even defensive line talent. They could probably stick with the offensive trenches if they want to, maybe go after a receiver in day 2 or especially in the second round. One team that I was trying to think of, maybe the Giants could probably move back up into the first round.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Giants, Browns could make another big move. There's options there, but I feel like the Rams would be the perfect spot for Shador. I with McVay, it just makes so much sense.
Zach offers a good question here that I know, the three of us and other shows that we've all been on, or even just type it on the timeline, right? We've talked about this estranged relationship for a while now between Cam Newton and the Carolina Panthers. Can we talk about the Panthers finally using Cam in social media? I've never been so happy. We have seen Sheena Quick and Vashti both kind of alluding outside of the Panthers official account, tweeting like pictures of Cam and one day away using like his number and then using like his font, right, to say something. We have seen Sheena and Vashti also saying there's a relationship on the mend. Wait till you see what's in store, type of little hints and stuff. I guess that the overall sentiment to that is that the message was received between Cam Newton and his 4th and 1 show, where he has said multiple times, like, I don't understand why all these, Panthers legends went to Germany and I never got a phone call, right? Like, there's no bad blood between me and my side and the Teppers. Like, they've always been good to me. And that is one thing Cam always said, that the Teppers, he never had beef with them, right? He said that. There might have been something else within the organization, but it sounds like things are starting to get worked on. It's a very welcomed part of it. It almost has felt like there's been this like Cam Newton curse since all of that transpired. This franchise has struggled to get back on track. So yeah, it's wonderful to think that they could be making progress in that regard. The one thing I will say is the timing of it is very calculated. They talk about how training camp is not going to be a thing for fans for 2 years.
They
and I didn't
can't
even
help themselves, man.
And I really didn't even want to talk about.
This is an organization ran by David Tepper. What do we expect?
And I didn't even want to bring that up because honestly, like it was a beneficial, or it was a happy-go-lucky kind of night tonight. The Tet McMillan pick is a very fun one. Whether you really like Tet McMillan or not, it was a very fun pick, right? It was one that you could be excited. Offense is always flashy, right? It's sexy. Maybe that's the right way to say it. Anytime you have offense, it's sexy. But the David Tepper thing with this training camp and then the usage of Cam Newton, it does rub me wrong a little bit because it feels very calculated of when fans get pissed off about not being able to be here. And look, dude, you had time. You knew that this was going to take years. You had time to build a contingency plan. You had time to find something else to do. But there's a pride matter here with Wofford. He's not going to go back to Wofford and tell them that they need to use their facilities again and admit that, hey, you guys are valuable to me. He's not going to do that, right? He's already sunk money into the Charlotte facilities, which he's already had his lick his wounds in Rock Hill, right? And that's not all his fault. I'm not putting that all on Tepper. There was legitimate blame on the city of Rock Hill. Yeah. But it was also part Tepper not doing what he said was going to get done, right? Like he didn't finish that deal. I just think that there's an element, dude, or he doesn't really give a shit. Excuse my French, but he doesn't really give a shit about what fans think about being disappointed. I think he is more concerned with doing what makes sense to him. And that's a difficult thing. Yeah, it's money, it's pride, it's all of that. And that's a very difficult pill, though, for
typical
fans to
billionaires,
swallow. Typical billionaires. And it's a tough thing for fans to swallow, though, because for some fans, that's the only accessible moment for them. The ticket prices that David Tepper keeps on raising, also, by the way, when his bottom line keeps getting fatter, no matter how good or bad the team does, he's making more money. And so he ups the ticket prices. General public, middle class, lower class, we don't make all that much money. And he's still asking us to put a ton of money into coming and watching a subpar product. So there is a part that feels very manipulative in how they've used Cam Newton. But I am very excited. And sorry for my long-winded rant on that. But I've had this weird feeling about it because it just feels nasty, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick. Okay, I thought the Chargers just let the clock run out for some reason. Like it went all the way down to zero.
They just said Chargers running out of time. Z nature.
The pig, I think they just got the pick in. Right as the time.
So they didn't lose their pick. This was interesting by Z Nature here. CBS Sports gave the Panthers a C for the Tetero McMillan pick.
What grade would you guys give it? We never talked about. We started at Cam Ward and we stopped.
B plus.
So based off of their conversations, I'm going to give it a grade as opposed to like what I would give it necessarily. Based off of what they said, about staying true to your board. We liked this guy for a long time, and we had calls, but it was going to take a lot to move us off. Maybe some of that is positioning and saving face, but I think that also what it says is they had conviction and that their quarterback had conviction. I thought that was one of the most interesting things that I got from the Tet presser was when he talked about Bryce sitting on the table for him, saying like, he would go into Mr. Morgan's office. And he'd say, hey, we really need to pick this guy. And then all of a sudden they're picking him. And I think that for me, what I'll do is I'll give that an A for the tethering of this front office to Bryce Young and the success of him and the belief that they must have in him to allow him to have that much influence on a very critical year for Dan Morgan. Because Dan Morgan is the one whose job is on the line here. Like his job is on the line. If he doesn't nail these picks, I think that Dan Morgan will be fired at the end of this year. If this is a bad team, that they are 3-14, 4-13, I think that he's gone at the end of the season.
Agreed.
So I think I give the conviction and the gumption to go Tet McMillan an A. Because no one would have looked him crazy at all if he'd have drafted a defensive player, right? I mean, would any of us looked at him side-eyed if he drafted any defensive player? You'd have been like, no, that makes sense. They had the worst defense ever.
Yeah.
But instead he took a polarizing wide receiver prospect.
I like Tony Thompson's comment in the chat, Ricky.
CBS is letting Pete Prisco do the grades. I wouldn't be too worried. Hell yeah, Tony.
Pick
agree
for
more,
Los
buddy.
Angeles Chargers. Running back from North Carolina, Omarion Hampton.
Ooh, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. That makes a ton of sense.
Greg Roman is going to run him into the ground.
Yep, 100%, dude.
I mean,
But he's
and the
built for
production
it.
makes sense. He's a powerful running back. He's physical. He puts the power behind his pads. He's got enough second level explosiveness to break
They
off
run a gap
some
scheme there
runs.
too, right?
Yeah, there's some value there in the pass game as well.
Yep.
So this is not bad. I figured it was going to be a defensive player, but I think they were hoping for Harmon, or even Loveland, but it didn't happen. So
wait, Derek Harmon went
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I heard a lot of smoke about that too.
The successor for Cameron Hayward.
I like Derek Harmon a lot. I think he's a really good football player, man.
Same.
Yeah.
And the Steelers will
JJ,
once
welcome
again
back again. JJ's had a welcome back party like 3 times now on this show, man. I appreciate that.
Welcome back, brother.
He keeps freezing. He might have a 4th welcome back.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hold on. He's moving out. I'm back. Look at him. I'm back.
We good? We good, JJ?
Computer's doing all this updates and stuff.
Z Nature, JJ's back after recovery. Yeah, the Jalen Walker, the Michael Williams, and the Tet McMillan combination gave JJ a little bit of a pause. He had to take a minute, but he's back. He's back and ready to rock.
Yeah,
this is a homer pick, but I hope that Savon Ravel goes in the first round. However, Evero would love him. I got my.
I'm surprised we didn't hear any visit meetings
top
with Savon Ravel.
prospect.
What did you say, Edgar?
I'm surprised there was no reported visits, meetings, and like he's like a local. Like it's not too far, but there's been
Look, I had him as a top 50 guy. I wasn't nearly as high. I think Jared just said he had him as a top 15. So there's a little discrepancy there between us. But I think the other part of that is the injury coming off.
Yeah.
So much of Savon Ravel's ability, or what you're banking on, was his athletic ability, right? And coming off of that significant injury, I think that it's fair to question it. He also didn't have a ton of experience against high competition programs. And he's 24 years old. So there's going to be development for an older, upright, high frame, high hipped frame, to prove that athleticism will A, come back from the ACL, and B, translate against better competition. But if it does, he's a knockout pick. His comp for me was Juju Brents out of Kansas State that is now with Indianapolis. That was my comp for him. All the talent in the world, but you got to put it together and you got to stay healthy. And Julius hasn't been able to do that.
I think his ceiling is JC Horn.
Wow.
That's lofty.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm that confident.
That's very
in talent.
lofty.
I'm that confident in the talent.
So I was thinking not necessarily that they were going to draft him, but more so that like because he's local, because he has this medical that
At
you
least
want
talk
to
to
check
him.
and see,
Yeah.
if he has
I'm sure
a
they
ceiling
have.
like what Jared said. Like I thought, I'm not saying that they
Especially
didn't
if
meet
he
with him. I'm just
falls.
surprised there was not more. Yeah.
Especially if he falls, right? Like, what you think that maybe you'd like to have the due diligence of like, hey, we met with this guy.
Yeah.
If he's here at 57, now we feel comfortable with what we would
So
be looking at.
this is per Adam Schefter about Will Johnson. Johnson has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams and helps explain why he has not been selected. I've been hearing that it might be a degenerative knee issue.
Yep. We've talked about that on Tap.
Yeah. And those can, and that's like similar to Jay Ajayi and Todd Gurley in the past. Like we've seen these types of knee issues decimate careers.
It's worrisome, but what we did also, what we talked about that on Tap too. Where's the threshold? When do you look at that and say, okay,
you gotta take the
maybe
risk.
that's something. Yeah, maybe that's something to be aware of or even concerned of. But
I just don't
where's
know
the
if
value though, because Will Johnson's a baller, dude.
He's a blue chip prospect still in my mind, but I think there were some inconsistencies too in 2024 that kind of made teams weary. And there's some rumors that some teams were like, they felt like Johnson kind of quit on Michigan, but I'm like, Michigan wasn't making the freaking playoffs, man. Like, what point did Johnson have to
Come back,
to come back and play when he was
then
having
people are going to question, does he love football, right? Because you just get all kinds of narratives with
it's the old-headed.
Where are we at? Where are we at in this draft? So I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm still sitting here in like the dark, not looking at anything.
Packers are on the clock.
Now I feel like I'm just sitting hanging out with y'all, and I'm not even watching the draft anymore.
Is there a draft going on?
Yeah, wait.
It means you're having a good time.
I am having a good
we're
time.
just
I've enjoyed this thoroughly.
we are having a good time.
And I've
Just
got we'll probably do this through what pick are we at? We're at like 22?
23. Yeah.
You might I mean, we're making some good time.
We're making decent time. I got a show tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I am filling in for
I will be asleep.
Yeah, I know it. And then I've got my son's birthday is tomorrow. So I've got lunch at school tomorrow. He's turned 7. Can't believe
happy
I got
birthday.
Appreciate that.
Dude.
Yeah, I'll let him know. You guys
Happy
say happy
birthday.
birthday, and I'll show him this video tomorrow. He'll get a
What's
real
his
big
name?
kick out of it.
Yeah.
Maxwell.
Max.
Happy birthday, Maxwell.
Love you.
Happy birthday,
buddy.
Maxwell.
We like to call him Swallow Main.
Well,
Yeah, and
that's awesome.
and continue killing it on the football field, Max.
That's right, man. We're back on Sunday. We had a 2-week hiatus. We're back on Sunday. We're 3-0, going for 4-0. He rocked it last week, man.
A
He's gonna
2-week
get that birthday
bye.
love.
Ooh.
2-week
Hopefully you
bye,
guys aren't
dude.
rusty.
Oh no, man, my guys are focused.
You and JJ raising Hall of Famers before our eyes.
That's right. That's right.
I just saw the pick. I love this. I love this for them.
But I will give a shout out to the show that we're doing tomorrow, just so that I can plug that. I'm on Suit Up Sports tomorrow. I am filling in for former Carolina Panther Frank Garcia. I think that it's a recording though; it's not a live, so it'll come out. But it'll be my first time on that show, which I'm pretty excited about, man. That's a cool one.
Yeah.
I know that they just had Mike K on recently as a guest, and I'm going to do the co-hosting. So I'm kind of excited for it. Kind of stoked on that.
Yeah, we've been warming you up.
Yeah, maybe. How about it?
You got some comments for Maxwell in the chat.
Let's
and then
put them up so
Bryson's
the Max
also-
can see him. Happy birthday, Max. He's the next wide receiver. I'm praying the wide receiver. He's the next wide receiver. I'm praying the wide receivers draft. And now that, if that doesn't confuse you, you should have seen Bryson on here smoking his cigar with his eyes barely opened. That's exactly why that came out the way that it came out.
He's having fun.
He's having a great time. He's celebrating. Look at him. Look at this. Look at this. Boys, I'm still so hype. Just finished the cigar.
Hey, he needs to go back. He needs to go back to Dilworth's.
That's exactly right, dude. It's time for Dilworth Grill. And you know, Roaring Riot was actually having their draft party tonight at Dilworth Neighborhood Grill. Maybe I should have went and live streamed from Dilworth tonight.
Oh.
And then that way I could have tipped somebody's hat if we didn't take the right pick. Here we go. Another one for Swallow Man. Maxwell has more football experience than our new tight end, but happy birthday, Maxwell. Hey, Zach, I'm gonna tell you something funny. I'm gonna tell you something really funny, Zach, because I said the same exact thing to Maxwell when they signed him. When they were doing that, it was a day where I was sitting around in the living room and I saw it, and I try not to curse around it, man. Like he's young. You try not to curse around young kids. I saw it and completely lost track of where I was and who I was around. And I'm sitting there looking at my phone and I just go, no fucking way. Like it just dropped it like as hard as I possibly could. And he comes up behind me, just smacks me in the back of the head. He's like, are you serious, Dad? And I was like, okay, fair. I'm sorry. And he was like, what happened? I was like, well, they just signed a guy who's played less football than you have. Like I literally said that to him. And he goes, what? And I was like, yeah, they just signed a guy who was playing basketball, has never played football, and they just signed him to a contract. And Max looked at me and he goes, this is what it is to be a Panthers fan. I'm dead serious, man. I'm not just making this thing up. My son understands the struggle of being a Panthers fan. There was a game last year. It was the first time he ever cried in a football game. It was a game where the Panthers scored and then left like 36 seconds on. It was a Chiefs game.
Chiefs.
It's a Chiefs game. Scored, had time on the clock. And he's sitting there cheering, going crazy. We're getting comments from family. They're like, I bet you and Max are losing your minds. I can't believe the Panthers won this game. And I'm sending back and I'm like, please don't ever say that. Like, you just jinxed us, first of all. And second of all, I've been a Panthers fan long enough. We're going to lose this game. We left 36 seconds on the clock, and our defense takes 4 seconds to score on. Like, don't say that. And then Max is sitting there cheering. He's excited. Then all of a sudden he cries. And I was like, you're in it now, bud. Like, that's the initiation. Like, you've been jumped in. You know, you're here for life, man. Only way out now is a box.
You want to hear the Packers pick, Ricky?
Let's see. Do I want to hear the Packers pick?
They're about to announce it. Like they're
Okay.
just at the podium.
Yeah, sure.
They just did.
Go ahead, Jared.
Matthew Golden.
Matthew Golden. Okay. So he's
like
wide
the
receiver
pick.
3 off the board.
Man,
Makes a lot of sense.
Send us Jaden Reed, bro. Like they do not need Jaden Reed to Carolina.
Yeah.
Send them to Carolina. Send Jaden
Send
Reed
them
to
to Carolina.
Carolina. Do it now.
Hey,
Do it
send
now.
Send Christian Watson over here for the Johnny Mingo pick. Christian Watson is getting over a knee injury. I'll send him to Johnny Mingo for a speedster.
Carolina wouldn't touch that with a wooden spoon.
I mean, I love Jaden Reed's game, bro. Like I wish.
So did Jared. Jared, that was his guy in the draft process.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Receiver 5 that year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big fan.
Yep.
Yeah,
Loved
that's
him.
my dude, bro. Like I wish that he could, because he doesn't get the ball enough in
What pick is Hubbard? Hubbard is announcing the 2nd round pick tomorrow.
57.
57. Yep.
Yeah.
Which
Or
that's
it could
another
be,
thing.
It could be 45. It could be 39. It could be Jigma.
2nd round. Yeah. We'll
Jigma,
cover our
whatever,
bases here and
you
say
know.
2nd because no telling what number it actually is.
Dan Orlovsky says this is his favorite pick so far.
Yeah, it was the Ted McMillan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Panthers reposted it.
T-Mac.
T-Mac, Ricky.
Nalo.
That was your thing.
Nalo.
That was your thing.
Yeah, what was I calling him? What did I just say?
No, you were telling people don't say Tet. He goes by T-Mac.
T-Mac, that's right. Yeah, that's what he said. But then he just I just said Tet like 4 times. Didn't I? This is good. I'm doing great.
JJ looks like he's almost out of it.
JJ's thinking
Brother, are
about
you
Jalen
good?
Walker and Michael Williams right now.
I mean, I've had a long day. You know, the coffee is wearing off.
Yeah.
I really didn't get my guy today, so I mean, I can't act like I'm like 100, but I'm probably at like a good 88. Like I'm good. I'm good. I'm good 88 right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we'll take this all the way to the finish line. We could. It's 10:45. It looks like the views are starting to slow down a little bit. We did cross the 4,000 or 4,100 view threshold.
Sheesh.
Good night. Really good night. I'm not going to complain about that at all, man. That's tremendous stuff. But panel, I'm going to let you guys kind of dictate here how far y'all want to go with this.
I can go as far. I'm wide awake, man.
I mean, we're so close to the end.
Should we just ride it out?
I feel like we got to, right?
Yeah.
Edgar, how you doing?
I'm okay. I mean, I'll see how long I can hang. I'm just curious to see if anybody will trade back into round 1, or if we just go through this and nothing. The part of me of not knowing makes me excited.
I know.
Yeah, that's me.
And I feel like there's a chance for it, right? Because there does seem to be some players left on that board that I didn't necessarily anticipate being
Mike
on there.
Green is still available, which I think makes sense because
That's
of
the personal thing, man. Like, that's just a big
Wait,
thing to
you know
worry
why it's
about.
intriguing? It's intriguing because the Chiefs are pick 32, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And
Damn
Grant
it.
Tillis is here.
Yep.
And that makes that dynamic interesting. Like
That
we
little
have,
relationship, yeah.
yeah, I mean, we could play. I don't know if we will from 57, but I mean the potential.
It'd take a lot, I feel like, but
yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah.
But
Zach's keep us company.
Yeah, yeah. All right, look, y'all talk for a second. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will be right back. So y'all hold it down.
All right, so I got a question for you two.
Okay.
Okay.
Who is your favorite day 2 target?
Carson Schlesinger.
Oh yeah, you said it earlier.
I said that in the space earlier. It's
yeah, you did.
I think so. Just looking on my board at potential edge rushers available. Let's see. I think Schlesinger is graded higher, or Green is going to be graded higher for me, but I don't know if Carolina is going to trade up for someone with the issues that Green may have. So Schlesinger is graded higher than Scrouton, Princely, and Swinson on my board. And Schlesinger would just give Carolina a great second level defender, but he's my personal favorite. But I think ultimately they're going to target Princely or Swinson at edge rusher. I think that could be what they're looking for. And look, they, I lost my train of thought. Carolina could probably more so target those two guys just because they are. Oh, never mind. Hold on. The Giants are making a trade up.
Oh,
they're trading up with the Houston Texans.
They might be going to get Shedeur.
Or no. Excuse me. They're trading back, or they're trading up with the Rams. So I don't have to deal with the Rams tonight.
Wow.
Wow. Rams are trading and the Giants are on the clock.
Shedeur Sanders, you are a New York Giant.
I like
you sure it's Shedeur?
I think it's Shedeur.
I hope
not
it's
Dart, not Tyler.
They definitely don't need another edge. Let's say that much.
No, I mean you want to talk about we talk about overcorrecting the Panthers defensive line. That is overcorrecting the edge rusher room for no particular reason in New York. I mean that gets Shaheen fired. I mean, Len Barkley coach should have gotten him fired last year, but yeah, not a great idea being on Hard Knocks last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think for them, if I'm Dable, I definitely wouldn't want to get fired without the opportunity to draft my own quarterback.
That's fair. Right? Yeah.
I said that about Matt Rule. I said that about any young any young coach. You get hired as an offensive guy. The thought might have been that you should come in and fix, the guy that you inherit. But if that doesn't work out for you, I think every owner should afford you the opportunity to draft your guy. If they actually go ahead and get Shedeur right here, I mean, I think he may save 2 jobs in New York. Because you have Shedeur and Neighbors, man, that's a great way to get started, bro.
I'm so confused. I see the Rams and I see the Texans all over my Twitter feed.
Yeah, this is. Oh well, no, never mind. It was actually the Texans. I thought it was the Rams. I don't know why.
I'm seeing both.
Well,
I mean not both, but I'm seeing
the Giants are now on the
different.
clock. Giants are now on the clock. Yeah,
it's the Giants. It's the Giants, and
okay. I was like, but I think the Giants knew if Shedeur made it to LA, they were screwed. They just jumped LA for Shedeur, so now I think LA is gonna trade back potentially if possible. But yeah, that I'm I'm not opposed to this. Houston moving back, getting more draft capital.
Oh,
what did I miss?
I saw who they drafted. Oh my gosh.
Y'all probably just been up here spoiling picks like crazy.
So the New York Giants traded up with the Houston Texans. The Giants are on the clock at 25.
Is that for a quarterback?
It might be.
It should be.
It should be.
Look at Edgar. Edgar knows the
secret. Edgar knows.
I love it. I love chaos. Like as long as it's not my own team, like I want to see like the randomest things happen, the trades, and it's supposed to be fun. Football's supposed to be fun.
It is fun.
It's supposed to be. It hasn't
still can
been.
be, JJ. It still can be.
I'm losing hope, bro. Like I'm ready
JJ,
to have fun again.
Imagine how much fun it's going to be when Ted McMillan is catching touchdowns for Bryce Young.
I would be the happiest person, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I will, because I just want to enjoy it. Like,
we need to come up with a good Panthers nickname for Tet with the or T-Mac with the God. I keep saying Tet now. With the Nalo moniker, there's got to be a Panthers Nalo connection that we can make, right?
Oh, this is chaotic. Oh my God!
No. Did they take Jackson Dart? Did they take Jackson Dart?
This is so chaotic.
Please tell me they took Jackson
I was
Dart.
telling you.
Oh my goodness!
No.
Or is it Jalen Milroe?
This is insane.
Ooh.
Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
You guys are all spoiling it.
They're still on commercial, Ricky, so we can't say anything.
We haven't said anything to you yet. It's just so chaotic.
Joe Shaheen?
Again, we can change our ground rules. Like we could spoil stuff. I mean,
I think
I don't know how many people are watching this
We're
for.
just like it's.
Oh, we got a submission here. A Carinalo Panther.
Yes,
Carinalo.
that works.
That's not bad. I like it, Trey.
Well, when fans see and when Ricky sees who this pick is, I think
okay. So we got Z Nature here saying, "Oh no, don't spoil it." Okay, so some people are doing what I'm doing and just watching this live stream.
This is for Z Nature.
And for me, Z Nature, I stand with you here, man. I'm just focused on this stream right here, man.
Ricky, you can't be spoiled. You're not even watching it. You're not going to be a spoiler.
Hey, do you know that this is probably the first year that I haven't watched the first round of the draft in like a decade?
You'll watch the rerun.
I will, yeah, because I'm a sicko. But last year, we were in Charlotte for the live draft party that we did. We should have figured out something to do like that. Fly Edgar down.
We get all of the Panther content creators in one spot. That might get chaotic. With all due respect, it really would though. It really would.
Be a good time.
Be a great time.
Yeah, these people aren't like they claim to be in real life. You know what I mean?
There it is.
Yeah, they're not like that.
Yeah, they get that. Yeah.
Not a lot of face-to-face interaction the same way behind the computer. Is that what you're?
Yeah. I know it's not been the energy when I showed up. I mean, and I'm not as small as people might think I am. You know what I mean?
JJ's not. No, I've met JJ in real life.
Yeah, I'm not a little guy, so people don't be as mean when they see you in person.
I'm scared of you over Zoom, JJ.
I'm not scary. I'm not scary over the computer. I'm not saying I'm scary in real life. I just know I'm not small.
The Falcons are on the clock.
Zach Griffin. Oh, the Falcons.
Falcons just traded up.
Ooh.
Holy crap.
So Zach, Z Nature and Zach are both with me.
So who would they need? Who's on? What kind of guys on the? They might need.
Well, they got Jalen
Green.
They got Jalen Walker.
It's Will Johnson.
This has got to be Campbell. This has got to be Campbell.
What Campbell?
Campbell.
Oh, Jihad.
Jihad.
Oh,
Malachi Starks could work.
I think Will Johnson.
Malachi.
If they get Jalen and Starks, bro, like
Oh yeah, no, I will be sick. No, I'll be right there with you. I will be sick. I will open another beer. I was gonna stop with the beers, but I will open another beer. If they get Malachi Starks, man, I'm gonna be a sick person.
They're gonna do it.
And Zach Griffin did bring up the only place that would ever be appropriate to have all Panthers Panthers content creators in one area, one physical location, and that's Myrtle Beach, because that's the only place that behavior would be accepted. Is it Dirty Myrtle?
Okay, so I'm trying to get some of the details for. Okay,
don't you spoil a thing. Don't you spoil. You can talk about the trade.
Giants are just making the selection.
Yep.
Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart. Oh, so wait, it was the Giants. I thought it was the Jets.
No,
Giants.
it's the Giants.
See,
He's a Giants.
this is the problem with me not looking at anything is that I hear things and it's in my head, and so I'm running with it.
It's late, Ricky. It's late.
Yeah, it's only going to get later. Jackson Dart.
The league must hate Shador, and I think it's because of his dad.
That's
crazy. It's the name. I mean, it's the name on the back of the jersey.
Whoa. Okay, so
how are they not low on Jackson Dart though? I just don't get that, man. Like, I'm not trying to.
I don't either.
I'm not trying to talk bad about a prospect because I think that's a little bit tacky to go down that path.
Like, I think Dart
another whoa.
is-
Look at this. The reactions from you guys are driving me nuts right now.
I don't know what they picked or who the Falcons are picking, but the trade package was a whoa.
Yeah, so this
What's
is
the
the
package?
Falcons trade package. Falcons are trading 46, a 7th rounder, and a 1st rounder next year for Rams picks 26 and 101.
Goodness.
So the Rams
Falcons
aren't.
don't have a round 1 next year.
No.
Goodness.
I mean, if this goes to bite
They
the Falcons
wanted
in the
somebody.
ass this year,
Gene, I'm with you. This is wild.
This is wild. See, this is why we stayed through the end of the draft.
No, I'm not mad at it now. Now I'm kind of glad that I'm sitting here doing this with you fellas. I don't know that JJ is, because JJ is just envisioning a second Georgia Bulldog going to Atlanta, and he's going to.
So
I'm scared for that lamp behind JJ, because if it's another Georgia Bulldog, that thing is getting thrown up against that wall right there, and this screen is going to go dark.
Ooh, I see that Atlanta pick.
Don't quit looking. Cover your eyes.
Just put it in the
I'm just saying I
chat,
saw
man.
it.
Just put it in the
Don't
chat.
put it in, I don't even want to
Ricky doesn't
know.
wanna
I don't
know.
even want to know.
Ricky doesn't want to know. Ricky's
JJ
representing
told-
the audience.
dude, you guys, yeah, I'm the one who's representing the common folk right now.
You're
not the
representing the chat.
insiders.
You're the chat. You're the chat.
They
stand with you.
just got scary, bro.
Oh boy.
They just got scary.
Emotional
Y'all know it, too.
damage.
Like you really know it. They just got scary.
Should I open a beer? Do I need a beer?
You might need hard liquor.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No, JJ's the one who
Oh
needs highlight.
no! Please no!
I'm scared.
Let me
I
see
haven't
where
seen
Ricky has him on his big board.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
not for you. I mean, maybe not for you, but
Actually,
for
Ricky,
me,
actually maybe it might make Ricky upset.
Imagine Jacob Parrish. He's going to be pissed.
I just say this.
If it's Jacob Parrish, I'm throwing this stream in the trash.
I say this.
Oh, I just saw it too.
We need to be.
That's
I
not
mean,
He's high on Ricky's board.
Hold on. What's it JJ saying? JJ, what you saying?
Sorry, JJ.
I just need to be able to make. I just hope that we can protect.
No way. They got another pass rusher?
I hope that we can protect.
They're about to test Icky
See
2 times
now,
a year.
Zach, listen. Pull up the comment Zach made. He's right. Like this is why I'm never playing poker. I will never play poker because of this. Like I would not be great. There's no way I'd be good at poker. No shot. No shot. Uno, I'm good with. Like I'll play Uno all day. No, what's fun? Drunk Uno. That's fun with your family.
You're so young, Jared.
I know.
He's so young and full of life, isn't
so
he? Do you
young.
hear him? He's just so vibrant. Like everything is lovely. I'm so happy for
know.
you, man.
It's a lovely time, man. Like
It's a great
where
time.
he is right now. It's a lovely time.
I know.
It's
I'm
such a time.
Listen, I'm going to be
Enjoy it while it
turning.
lasts.
I'm turning 24 next month. Like,
Yeesh.
yeah.
I remember those
All right,
years.
here the pick is in. Ian Rappaport just posted. I'm sorry, Ricky. The Atlanta Falcons have traded up for Tennessee edge rusher James Pierce.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's a top 10 on Ricky's board.
Yeah. No, he's my edge too, man. That's a good
And
pass rusher, dude.
this is what
God.
Rappaport said. They've done extensive homework on James Pierce. In fact, the team met with Pierce and his mom yesterday, looking into his character. They believe the culture set by Raheem Morris will help.
Oh man.
They just put him on
Yeah.
TV because he's not at the draft, but he's a fan cam, and then they're in Charlotte.
Oh man.
Oof. Wow.
I'm gonna tell you what, dude. JJ, you nailed it. That they're gonna put some pressure. Like that is that's a significant overhaul of a really weak spot of a defense.
Exactly.
And
They were intentional.
They were intentional, man. Like that is a first of all, what that tells you too, they really liked him. I bet you he was even in play at 15, but they probably didn't anticipate Jalen Walker falling to 15.
They did
and
not.
when he did, they jumped and they said, "Hey, look, that's the guy. Like that's who we want." But then as this carried on and Pierce was still there, they probably looked at it and said, "We got to get ahead of Philadelphia. We got to get ahead of Kansas City. We got to get ahead of some of these smart franchises, some of these smart organizations, because what they're going to do is they're going to take these guys."
I was saying I hope that if it was a guy we could trade back up for, it would be Pierce.
Pierce, you said it.
Would you do that? Would you do that package? I would not do that package though.
I don't think so either.
Hey, I think we need to consider that.
No, not next year's first. No, not next year's first.
I think we need to consider the NFC South is getting a little bit fun, to be honest. Tampa Bay. This is more coming on like if Tampa Bay, Atlanta, and Carolina all hit their ceilings, and assuming the draft goes well for Carolina, or the rest of the draft goes well for Carolina, I think all three of those teams are going to be competing for the crown, NFC South crown. And especially if Bryce Young does take yet another step this season, and if he continues his play from the end of last year, that this division could get interesting pretty quickly. I know this is probably just more so like post-draft instant reaction type of thing, but just you think about it, Tampa Bay could continue to be an effective offense, or defense could continue to improve, especially in this draft when you can still probably get some starters in day 2. I'm looking forward to some of the possibilities here. This division might actually not be a laughingstock for once.
I'm not looking forward to any of the possibilities of Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. against us. I'm not looking forward to any of those possibilities. I agree with you, Jared, from a point of like, if I were able to look at this from like an outside view and not have any kind of dog in the fight, then I could say that this is interesting and fun.
Yeah.
But I'm going to look at this from the point of view of I'm wearing a Panthers shirt, I'm wearing a Panthers hat, and I'm doing a Panthers show right now. This ain't fun at all for me because I don't want to see Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr., especially not when they go lower than they probably should have been picked. I don't want to put a chip on Jalen Walker's shoulder, and James Pierce Jr. has the talent that I really don't want to put a chip on his either, because man, that's daunting, dude. And look, they've got to play them the right way. They got to deploy them the right way. They both have to develop and maintain, right? But from a physical talent standpoint, that's scary for me. That is daunting. And they instantly, I'm trying to think of the rest of the NFC South. They instantly have the best pass rush in the division. Maybe Tampa.
I think Tampa's better.
Well, the only thing
because they're unproven.
Yeah, I mean,
Atlanta's unproven.
I'm not going to say Atlanta's already the best,
right? But do they have the scariest proposition of a pass rush?
Ceiling wise, yes.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
But you're right. No, you're right. Pump the brakes on me saying like the best.
Well,
but are they the most intimidating on paper possibly now?
Sure. Yeah.
And let me add this part.
But also, Walker is so bit of an unknown in a way because of how much of a tweener he is. But I think if he continues to be more so of a true pass rusher, I think you get the best out of him.
Well, let me add this about them, right? And I'm going to tell you the difference between these two franchises right now. Last year, and I'm not, this is not passing judgment. I'm just like breaking down what I'm picking up on. last year we had the opportunity to hire Raheem Morris, right? I think we interviewed him before we interviewed Dave Canales, right?
Yep.
We went with Dave Canales because of who Dave Canales was before and how he developed or worked with quarterbacks and, you know, his offensive mind, I assume. And so they made him the head coach out of nowhere, and that's where his focus has been, right?
A Ravens-esque, by the way, sorry, Ravens-esque pick coming up, incoming.
Okay. And then
that just sounds
Falcons pivoted and went with Raheem and brought him back. And he didn't get his guys last year, but the reason why these two guys are scary to me is because much of what we saw from LA this year in terms of that defensive line, that was started by Raheem last year before he got versed and the other guy from Florida State. I can't think of his name right now for some reason. But Raheem can develop young guys across the front.
Mm-hmm.
And Jalen and Pierce are scary when you think about how quickly he developed those guys in LA.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think those guys with Raheem Morris is scary. I do.
That's fair.
Yeah, I do. And I don't know if he's going to get an interior pass rusher. They got rid of Grady Jarrett.
Yep.
But if they find someone to replace Grady Jarrett's production with, man, did they get Calais Campbell? Did he come to Atlanta?
No.
It wasn't Atlanta?
I last year I think he was in Atlanta, or it was the year before.
Oh, so that's
Arizona next year.
At some point he was in.
I thought he was. Oh, yeah, maybe he's just done. I don't know.
No, he went somewhere. He went somewhere.
They announced that, guys. It's
Miami.
They announced it.
Cardinals.
It's announced.
Starks.
It's
I'll
announced.
do it. I'll do it.
What did you just say, JJ? Starks what?
Starks.
Wait, Jared with the honors.
Together?
Malachi Starks, Baltimore Raven.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Starks with Kyle Hamilton.
Scary.
Malachi Starks with Kyle Hamilton.
Yes.
All right.
That's scary.
All right.
All right. All right. All right. If
Top
y'all
five player in this draft.
Don't know me, for people that don't know me, when I'm a little bit perturbed and I don't really know what else to say because I don't want to say the wrong thing, I just say all right a lot. And I'm just gonna tell you, man. All right. All right.
The league really let this man fall this far.
It's
How dare they?
I swear, man, it is Brian Branch like all over again, except they got him at the end of the first because they learned from the other teams that let him go all the way into the second.
Yeah.
But letting these terrific players go to these smart franchises is an epidemic in the NFL. It is one of the things that will always befuddle me. And I'm very serious about that. I don't care about draft value. And this is as someone who is a draft freak. I love it. I love to watch prospects. I love to talk about value. I love to talk about like projection and all that kind of stuff. When you have these really good football players, right? We talk about Malachi Starks, dude. There is nothing on Malachi Starks' tape that makes you say this guy can't be a high-level NFL player. And that's at the very back end, the last resort of a defense that also has the versatility to play up to the line of scrimmage, that has the versatility to play the nickel or the star position for a defense and rotate post-snap, pre-snap, and play both safety positions if you need him to. How the heck is that dude not a valuable premier draft prospect? And he falls to 27 and people are like, yeah, well, positional value. What do you mean? Like, what do we mean by positional value?
I think safety is one of the more important positions in the secondary, or not in the secondary, on an entire team.
The Panthers just demonstrated how important it is because we didn't have one. Like,
you still don't.
Well, we got Trayvon Merrick. I like him a whole lot.
No. You have
We're talking about center fielder.
We have one. Yeah, exactly. And you're right. And Jared, you're right. And Trayvon isn't he's not gonna be your deep, leave him on an island by himself and cover three type of things, right? Like that isn't what you want him to do. But I just don't understand how Panthers fans especially just watched what we watched last year with the communication errors and with the dudes who did not have the athleticism to stay with receivers. Defenses, offenses, opposing offenses. You saw what the Cowboys did to us with Cooper Rush playing quarterback. They didn't respect our safeties remotely in that game. And they got what, 14 points off of our safety play alone? And we still have the audacity to sit here and say Malachi Starks ain't worth it. I'm not saying that we should have took Starks over Tet, but what I am saying is that the response to Malachi Starks in general is wild to me. It's wild to me, dude. That is a ball player.
Same way with Brian Branch, like you were saying. I had
100%.
Branch as my number 5 player in 2023.
Me too.
Yeah. And he fell to Detroit of all teams.
And he showed out
on the uprise
immediately.
Yeah. I mean, when's the league going to learn?
What I can't believe, and this is my only issue, again, who we picked aside. I can't believe that we had the historically worst defense, and we let Georgia's top 3 defensive players come and go. After we have seen how well Georgia defensive players translate to the NFL. And it really sucks to see good teams draft good players. I mean, Atlanta aside, right? But it looks like they're trying to correct that. But the San Francisco 49ers saw the potential in Mikael Williams. And all of a sudden, nobody would question his lack of production because you know what? They know that he's in a situation where he probably is going to produce, right? And so all of a sudden, when he produces in San Francisco, they're going to look like geniuses and everybody is going to be like, oh my God, where did that guy come from? You know, the Ravens and Starks right here. If Starks ends up being a Pro Bowl, all-pro type player, everybody's going to like scratch their heads and wonder like, how did he get to the Ravens? You know, when they were that good and with all that talent and they were able to add him. It's kind of like Kansas City being able to add Worthy last year at the end of the draft, right? Like, but it's worse than that because Starks is way better than Worthy was. Like Starks, like you said, I didn't know if he was number 8, but I didn't think he should go past 15. And somehow he ends up playing beside Kyle Hamilton, arguably the best strong safety in the league. And now I think Starks has the ability to be a top 3 safety in the NFL.
100%. And your point about playing with Kyle Hamilton is crazy because it allows Starks to do exactly what he's best at. So you eliminate the temptation, even from like a defensive coordinator standpoint, to look at Starks and say, oh, he's adequate at these things, so we could just play him here, right? It eliminates that even possibility of getting too cute, right? We got the thing on Panthers on Tap we talk about where you put a donut on it, right? Like you're overthinking it. You're trying to do too much. They don't have to do that with Malachi Starks now. Now for Malachi Starks, they get to look at him and say, you know what this guy is, right? This dude is a phenomenal center fielder that has terrific instincts, range, ball skills, sure tackler. Let's let him read the field. Let's let him process this. Let's let him be our defensive quarterback. And then let's let Kyle Hamilton be our spear, our weapon, right? Like, let's just deploy this guy as a defensive bazooka to blow everything up. And then we'll have Malachi Starks picking up the rubble. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
It's crazy, bro. Like, I want us to be good on defense so bad, y'all. Like, I can't convey it enough. Like,
I'm confident it will happen. Optimism.
Zachary, yeah, optimism. Yeah. Zachary Hernandez says it. Panthers better get an edge next round, but they better get either Watts or Makuba to play free safety. You're not going to be able to get it. You're not going to be able to get an edge next round and get Watts. Is what I think. I think Watts is a second round pick for sure.
And he definitely won't get. He won't go further than 57. I mean, he won't get much past 57. If you get him at 57, you looked up.
You looked up. Yeah. And his age is probably his age, and maybe some of the athleticism questions might be the only thing that you would look at with Watts. But Makuba, on the other hand, I think will be there at 57, and I think he potentially could be there at 74 just because of the frame, right? Like he's got a thin frame, man, for the brand that he plays, especially because he's a physical ball player. That's one of my favorite things about him. That dude will come in and he finishes with intention. But there are going to be questions about his 190, 187 pound frame playing that. There's going to be real questions.
I didn't realize he was that slight.
Yep, and he's close to 6'1". He's a hair over 6 foot. He's about 187, I think, is what he weighed in. 189.
You know who's a sleeper, but would definitely have question marks. Is Nick Emenwari. Like if somehow he slides, and I think the Panthers love him. And
remember when everyone was talking about him? Remember when everyone was talking about him being a top 10 pick early in this draft process? Isn't that crazy?
That's just that was because the combine show.
That's the draft machine. Yeah, it's a draft machine, dude.
The combine.
Yep.
So let me update on draft selections.
Please do.
Tyleek Williams is a Detroit Lion.
Oh, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I'm surprised they
that's
didn't
the
go
first
edge.
true. That's one of the first like, oh, okay, that's actually interesting. I didn't expect Tyleek to go.
Surprised they did not go edge there though, because there were some guys
Me
on the
too.
board.
But
Donovan
again, I
Ezeraku
think
would
it's
have made a
because
lot
of
of
the
sense.
edge class. The edge class, I think a lot of teams are like, this is a good year to get an edge rusher anywhere.
Okay, so what else?
Atlanta didn't think that. Atlanta wanted James Pierce. And they got
yeah, right.
I mean, we're caught up. So
okay,
Washington just put the pick in, so we're just waiting on that.
So wait, we're at pick what number right now? I thought we were
We're
just
at
at
30.
20.
We're at 30. We're almost done.
What the
We
heck?
almost home, Ricky. Almost
I must have missed something, because the last thing I remember was Golden Tate to hold on. Golden Tate to Green Bay.
Golden Tate. Matthew Golden.
Golden Tate.
That's all you remember.
I'm back like 10 years now.
Not even 10 years.
Dave Canales, the quarterback coach for Seattle, just advocated for Golden Tate in Green Bay, apparently. Matthew Golden to Green Bay. I remember the Malachi Starks because that's going to stick with me the way that Edgar stole my picks in our mock draft on Draft Crush. That will stick with me forever. I remember the trade up for James Pierce. Maybe that was
I'm
it.
pulling up the draft tracker. So from pick 20 on, Jahdae Barron to the Broncos, Derek Harmon to the Steelers, Amarian Hampton to the Chargers, Matthew Golden to the Packers. We missed the Vikings pick. Vikings took Donovan Jackson at 24, which I think is a good pick. Jackson Dart, of course.
Pick. Is he going to play guard for him then, I guess?
Yeah. He will. And because they have Darisaw at left tackle.
Yeah.
Dart at 25, Pierce at 26, Starks at 27, and then Williams at 28. So
I completely ignored the fact that Jackson Dart got picked.
On the board. They moved up and got Dart.
Because it wasn't a good pick.
It wasn't a good pick. Let's look at James Cody's comment here. I personally like Sanker. First of all, James, 100% with you. Big Jonas Sanker fan. Very physical and plays with an attitude. I understand we think we want a center fielder, but I love the disguise with Sanker and Merrick. Well, James, I'll say this too, though. I don't think that Jonas Sanker is incapable of being a center fielder. I think that he has all the ability to do that. I think that what you're talking about with the disguise, I think that is definitely the appeal. But the disguise is only a viable disguise if he is able to do both jobs. So I think that he can be a center fielder. And I think that that's actually probably what he's better suited for at the next level. I think that he plays better from depth when everything is in front of him, which also really aligns with what Evero wants to do, right? You talk about like that Fangio system. Everything is supposed to be in front of you. You're supposed to play downhill and react. So Sanker, James Cody, I'm with you, man. Sanker is a fantastic fit here.
So the Washington Commanders have selected Josh Connerly Jr.
Good pick.
Good pick,
man.
Great
Very
pick.
good offensive tackle.
Yeah.
He was my offensive tackle 3 in this class.
Right on.
Or no, wait, 4 maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah,
we have a draft guide that'll keep me honest.
Adam Peters continues to cook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Peters is doing great.
Well, Gene brought up a good point here. A little Scott Fitterer.
Yeah, Connerly. Hey, Ricky and I have the same tackle 4. Connerly.
How about that?
Hell yeah.
Panthers on
Yeah,
the board.
Carolina's going to have their choice at edge rusher tomorrow.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
But I think Carolina should be the one to start the run at edge rusher.
And so where are we right now? We're at pick 29 or 30?
We're at
30 now.
We're at 30 now.
How long do you sit and let Donovan Ezeraku just sit there? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you were able to walk out of those first 2 rounds with Tetairoa McMillan and Donovan Ezeraku, I think that is a home run start to this draft. And I think that that's the kind of home run that Dan Morgan desperately needs to hit.
Yep.
The player that catches my eye there will be no surprise to anybody, but it's Nick Scorton.
Oh, okay.
Nick Scorton, I think, is literally one of the best scheme fit, physical fits.
Man.
Yeah, you know me. You know I'm a Nick Scorton freak. But Nick Scorton is one of the best fits. Like you talk about like the composition, the body composition, the ability, the power profile. I am a sucker for a power profile pass rusher. And Nick Scorton has the power, the pop in his hands to collapse pockets, to absolutely manhandle down blocks, right? I think that he showed way more agility at Purdue that can be weaponized way more in the NFL if he's playing at a controlled weight. And he obviously showed that he can be because he cut like 25 pounds for his combine weigh-in. We talked about this on tap, and I remember JJ's face when I said this. The comp that I gave him in the guide, because I ended up getting scared of myself. The comp I gave him in the guide was a Yaya Diaby, which I think is a terrific comp too. I like that comp too. But the comp that I actually had for him, that I just wouldn't say it with my chest, I was just a little bit too timid.
Say it.
Terrell Suggs is who he reminds me of.
Nice.
And Terrell Suggs, you know, he had questions about his arm length because he only had like 32 and a half inch arms. He had questions about his motivation to play the game. Did he want to? Was he disciplined enough? Does he have the work ethic to do it? Does that sound at all familiar to Nick Scorton? But Nick Scorton has 33 and almost 33 and a half if you account for the half-inch combine measurement fiasco, right? He's got the length, dude. He's got the physical profile, and he can't buy beer. He's 20 years old. You want to talk about a developmental staff, and you're afraid to take the 20-year-old that has shown to be a volume pass rusher? I don't know, man. Give me Nick Scorton, dude. I would lose my mind.
I think the Panthers will be in a great position to get who they want at edge rusher. I'm confident.
Jared's trying to optimist bully us right now. He's got a Dave Canales thing going.
I don't know what's.
I'm a second Jared.
I feel like I'm being.
Yeah.
Who?
I'm saying a second Jared.
I mean, you pull up that list of edge rushers again because, like, look at that.
And Princely is the one that cut off there from
Princely's
the banner.
name is kind of hidden because of the banner, but Green,
I can
Ezeraku,
hide the banner
Birch,
for a second.
JTT,
Braden
Oladejo, Scrounton, Jackson, Stewart, Swinson, Princely.
I think that there's
few of
two
those
on
guys
there that
could
don't
be there
fit though.
57.
I think that Landon Jackson and JT Tuamaloa, I don't think that they fit our scheme at all.
That's
and
fair.
I don't
Yeah.
think that they would like either of them.
But they might go ahead of them, maybe.
They could. You're right. They could be another team's like perfect fit, right? And that would allow some of these other guys to drop. But 32, let's say we get to round 3 or round 2, right? We're talking about pick 33 to 57. It's 24 picks. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 edge players. You guys might be right. Maybe there's an opportunity to get one of these 10 in 24 picks because that would only be 14 other players taken. Yeah.
I don't know if we have our pick of edge. I mean, we saw this in the scenario the other night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you don't get your edge early, you're gonna
Could be a run.
Yeah, you're gonna be thirsty for an edge.
Yeah.
Oh no. So it looks like the Ravens accidentally, or the camera in the Ravens draft room accidentally showed their entire draft board.
Oh
wow.
Like the whole
Can we get a
shebang.
screenshot of that and send that over to Dan Morgan real quick?
Can we see it?
I'd like
Ricky.
to ask if we could replace a Carolina draft board with a Baltimore draft board.
I'll send it to Ricky, but dude, what the hell?
big
That's
moves.
hilarious. Now they're yeah. Okay. All right. So
How high
waiting
did
on
they
the
have
bill-
Nick Scorton?
Yeah.
This is how I'm going to judge their board. How high do they have Nick
So-
Scorton? You see James Cody here, man. James, you and I are on simpatico tonight, huh? 1,000%, Ricky. I love Nick Scorton. I feel like he did okay at the 4-eye with his power, but now he's looking. But how he's looking now, watch out. Precisely, man.
The Eagles and Chiefs just swapped.
Eagles and
Eagles
Chiefs.
and Chiefs swapped.
What?
Who would the Eagles
Super Bowl
want?
teams.
Who would the Eagles want? Well, look, hold on.
Jihad
Let's bring this up again real quick.
Campbell. Jihad Campbell is still on the board.
Jihad Campbell would be crazy in Philadelphia, but they lost Josh Sweat, right?
They didn't.
Sweat,
It's not
Williams.
Josh Sweat. They lost the.
This is
Milton Williams.
It's either Ezraku or Mike Green. I'm curious what the pick is for Buffalo, though. Let me see.
Oh my
I'm curious
god!
why the Eagles have to trade one pick up to get whoever they're going to get.
Yeah, I don't.
Man,
Get that.
I'm curious why the Eagles and the Chiefs are playing nice with each other. Didn't
Yeah,
you idiots just battle it out for the title, and now you want to help them out?
Bills got
Maxwell
that.
Hairston to the Buffalo Bills.
That's all right. I ain't worried about that. I know a lot of people like him, man. I'm not as high on him.
I hear off-field issues.
Oh yeah, I've heard
don't
about
wanna-
that. There's some on-field issues too, but I'll leave that alone.
Wow, Ricky, sassy Ricky tonight.
Tell us how
I'm
you
pissed off, man. Malachi Starks went to the Ravens. Y'all done pissed me off.
Will
not
Will
y'all, not
Johnson
the
is
panel.
still on the board. Will Johnson is still available. Maybe he's the Eagles pick.
No way, dude. They've got too much there. Quinya Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, they're not. No way.
And,
Well,
and
they
this
got-
is what the Eagles
Is
gave
Slay
up.
still there? Slay left, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So the
I think so. I
Eagles
think you're
only
right.
moved 32 and 164 to 31.
Hold on, they did what now? Say that one more time.
The Eagles only gave up 32 and a 5th round pick for 31.
That's because they only moved up one slot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
That-
you're
that
not
should-
going to
that should
give up
us
a
some
first
pause
round
if
pick
we-
to move up one
That
spot.
should give us some pause too, though, if we think that we're going to be able to move up from 57 to say like 43 by just giving up one of those fifths, because that ain't going to happen if that was the cost to move up one slot in the first. It's going to have to be a sweeter pot for that than Carolina to move up like that. Zachary
By the way,
Hernandez,
do you guys-
1000% agree with Ricky. Donovan Ezraku would be an absolute steal. Only if he goes to the Eagles, that defense will be unstoppable.
Yeah, Ricky's unhinged right now.
I am
But
unhinged.
That's also
Yeah.
he's tired of shit.
Ricky is not holding back. You're daggone right, Z Nature. I'm fed up, man. I understand 100% how JJ was feeling earlier.
I'm
When he
glad
saw
you said-
Michael,
I'm glad you fed up because
Yeah.
I needed somebody to be fed up about.
I'm with
the
you
fact
again.
that we
I'm
haven't-
right back with you.
Yeah,
I'm
we
very happy
don't
about the
have
Tet pick.
starters. What's that?
I'm very happy about the Tet pick. I think that makes a ton
Yeah.
of sense, and I think that can work out really well. But seeing all of these guys lasting and going to the places that they're going does 1000% like rub me the wrong way, because I know how that ends up, and we've never had that end up for us that way. And that's what drives me nuts, man, is that I know how these things end up. It's like when I watch Maryland basketball too, right? I know how it's going to go. I know how it's going to go, man. I don't care if we're winning. I know how it goes. We lose.
Shador Sanders could still be the pick at 33 for Cleveland.
Yeah, they got everything they wanted and still got their pick.
That'd be nice.
That's insane.
Yeah, everything goes their way.
This
Everything
trade
goes
is
the Cleveland
just
Browns
nuts.
way. Like, God dang
Ooh, I
it.
saw the Eagles pick.
Am I going to freak out? You got to tell me now, because if I'm going to freak out, I know Bryce.
Am I gonna freak out too?
I don't know. I mean, we've talked about him.
He was invited to the draft. Just saying. Maybe Eagles take Jalen Milroe for a Taysom Hill Swiss Army knife type player. For how crazy that would be. That would be
I know you
batshit
like him,
crazy,
Ricky.
James Cody.
That-
I like the guy that they
would
took.
be
That the
asinine.
Eagles traded up to get. Yeah.
I liked him. Oh no.
I mean, you like a lot of guys, but
I do, man. I do. I'm a draft floozy.
oh,
I'm a total flirt. I got all these draft crushes that I just sit there and I think about. Wouldn't they look great in nice processed blue top? You know.
we're at the point of the stream where like you're starting to just say whatever's on your mind, Ricky.
Oh, I'm unhinged. Jared said it. I have
Unhinged.
reached the
Ricky,
breaking point. What is
It's,
it, JJ?
it's our death knell, bro.
No.
It's
No.
it.
No.
Yeah.
Is
yes.
it Jihad Campbell?
It's our death knell.
It's Jihad Campbell? You've got to be kidding me, dude. You've
I'm
got
not.
to be kidding me.
How does the league?
How does this happen?
Because we
Because
don't do
teams in the top 10, top
'cause
20
they don't
are
draft
fucking
these good
stupid.
players.
That's
Exactly.
why.
Exactly.
This league is stupid.
bad teams don't fix their problems. That's why.
Like I'm just gonna say this, right? And this is no offense to like Kelvin Banks, who went 9 after us, right? Didn't Kelvin Banks go to the Saints right after us?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it like this. If he's not an all-pro tackle for years, they're going to look really stupid letting a Malachi Starks, letting a Jahad Campbell go as far back as they did. And if Nalo, I'm going to stop calling you Tet eventually, man. But right now, I am just completely out of it. Like, I'm not listening to nothing that matters. If Nalo doesn't have a pretty fantastic career too, we're going to look back and say, we allowed Jalen Walker, James Pierce, Jahad Campbell, and Malachi Starks all to go well after us. And we're going to look back on that and we're going to say, what in the hell were we thinking with a historically bad defense letting those guys walk? We're going to say that.
We should.
McMillan has a real serious chance, though, to just have a terrific career. I'm not down on the McMillan pick at all. I really, really like it. I do. I want to preface it by saying that. But we got some work to do in the second round because there are some teams that just got really, really good in positions that they had no business getting really good at. That's the honest to God truth of it. The Falcons just got so much better in the one place that, you know, when we did Panthers on Tap episodes last year, when we were like previewing the Falcons games, you know what I always made a joke about every single time when we would do the statistically speaking segment? I would always make this joke of the only team that I can say this about just as bad of a pass rush team as we are. That was the only one. And I made that joke constantly. I was like, it's like an old dad joke, right? Where your dad just constantly said the same joke over and over and only he thought it was funny. That was my joke for me. I would say that about the Falcons being the only team that I could say was just as bad as we were as a pass rusher. I can't say that anymore. I'm not going to be able to say that anymore. And so I need something to balance me out. Like, I'm going to need Carolina to do something to get me. Because right now, man, I'm on the seesaw and I'm just like sitting at the bottom. Like, I can't play. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got no one playing the seesaw with me. I'm just sitting on the mulch right now. I need somebody to put something on that other side, something substantial on that other side, so that I can start having some fun. That's all I'm saying, man. Mm-hmm. And that's one of my weird analogies. I appreciate y'all bearing with me while I got through that.
We're going to get done with this by midnight. Thank God.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, we're going to get done with this part. I'm going to probably go have myself a 4 fingers of tequila to forget that any of this ever happened.
So last year, a little story. Ricky and I parted ways after the draft party last year. Mm-hmm. I got in an Uber. I was on 70. I was riding the Uber on 77, heading back to my apartment in University City, and I was like, all right, Panthers are probably not going to make a pick. I'm waiting for the Niners to make the pick. And then I get the notification while I'm talking with the Uber driver about the draft. Like mid-conversation, I was like, oh, wait, Panthers just traded into the first round. I got to take care of this. And he was like, do your thing. So seeing the Panthers make their pick while riding in an Uber will be one of the most interesting experiences I will ever have as a draft fan, or just at any point in doing the draft and everything in between.
Yeah. I went to, where did I go? I went to some little soccer bar over there in the French Quarter. And I was sitting there and I was just trying to have a beer and decompress, man. We just did that live show. Panthers didn't have a pick. And I was like, yeah, go have me a beer, sit down, think about the fact that I just live hosted a draft show. That was crazy. Like, somebody wanted to sit there and listen to me talk about draft stuff. And this is, I had the Bow Body show. That was my first time doing this thing. Then all of a sudden I see the thing come across the screen. The Panthers traded up. And I was like, I'm not going to go home tonight, am I? I'm going to be sitting here all night because they're about to do something very Panthery. And it's either going to be really maddening or I'm going to be one of the happiest people in the world. James Cody, I just saw something out of the corner of my eye.
Oh, dear Lord. Don't piss Ricky off tonight, man.
What if we pull the Falcons in that wide receiver room? Would we be mad? No. If they move up, could you imagine? Hold on. Let's have some fun now. All right, there's the thing on the other side of the seesaw for me. Imagine the Panthers going up and getting Luther Burden. That would be nuts.
Ricky being a crybaby right now. Block him, chat. Block him.
Am I being a crybaby, Joe? I feel like I'm just talking about what's happening. That's interesting, man.
Ricky has feelings, all right? Just let him. Yeah. Let him. Let's affirm his feelings.
Nobody puts baby in the corner, Joe. I don't really care.
Come on,
and
man.
I didn't think I was being a crybaby. I thought I was saying how much I like the Tet pick and how I'm very excited about that, but that I'm also a realist about the fact that Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. is a significant upgrade to a significantly bad unit, but that's okay.
So Jahad Campbell has been on the Eagles' radar for months, like one of their highly coveted players.
They just didn't think he would fall, huh?
I guess
they just couldn't envision it.
Yeah. It's just
Yep.
Draft good football players. That's all I ask teams to do.
Yeah.
But then we wouldn't have the parity in the league that we do right now. Or we don't really have parity. We just have a couple teams at the top. The draft of last year.
Hmm.
I was trying to read the names, and I was looking at 4th round. I see Jatavian Sanders. At the
That
top,
makes sense. They may have hey, this is who, like trends wise, they may look at that. That's what the Chargers do. So that makes sense. All right.
So Jahad Campbell. So Jahad Campbell is Eagles pick. So we're down to the last pick for the Chiefs.
The Chiefs. This is my pick too. I covered the Chiefs. So
let's look at
running
this
back
for a second. Running back, you think?
I think it could be a running back.
Travion Henderson?
Yeah. They had a virtual meeting with him the other day.
This
Wrote
is for
about
Kansas
it.
City.
Yeah, wrote about it last night for SI Today.
I hope it doesn't. I hope it's not Travion.
They need a running back. All three of their current top running backs are going to be free agents after this year, and they need stability. A running back would make sense. I mean, of course, like I think they have bigger needs at left tackle, left guard, defensive line, but I'm at the point where I'm trusting the Chiefs to do a great job at drafting and development talent.
We need a still on the board graphic right now. That's what we need to be doing.
And what's the guy's name from Ohio State? The tackle.
Josh
Simmons.
He's been one of my favorites for the Chiefs, but I don't know if the Chiefs are comfortable with his knee.
Was it patella tendon? Was it patella?
Yeah, torn patella tendon.
Yeah,
which is those things can be concerning.
Wait, is Shamar Stewart still on the board?
No, he left. He went to
Cincinnati.
Bengals. That's right. So what James Cody said, I think the Chiefs will take Stewart. I didn't know if he was talking about Shamar. I guess he could be talking about Josiah.
The Chiefs made their pick.
He says Turner.
Shamar Turner?
I don't know.
I got to look at my board.
Yeah, I don't know who is still available because I'm out here in La La Land.
I'm going to have to update my board. They could go edge rusher as Raku.
They happy with whoever it is. Like they're pumped.
I hate hearing that. Sorry for being.
I'm looking at a picture of Lurie. And Howie Roseman. They're always pumped. They're
always happy.
Yeah.
And I would be happy getting Jahad Campbell too. Jahad Campbell's about to be a baller.
Yeah.
About to be a baller.
Would you be upset, Ricky, if Jacob Parrish was the pick at 57?
No. Not at all.
Just making sure.
I think Jacob Parrish is a terrific defensive player. Look, if we like Jahdae Barron, I think there's a good reason to like Jacob Parrish.
I don't know Jacob Parrish. Like, tell me about it.
Honestly, man, to me, he's the closest thing to a smaller carbon copy of Trent McDuffie. Literally, he's about an inch. He's about an inch-ish smaller than McDuffie.
5'10".
Yep. I think he's like 5'9" and 7/8 or something like that. So 5'10". His arms are longer. He's got longer arms than McDuffie. He played press corner on the outside for the duration of his time, essentially, at Kansas State. He moved inside every now and then, but inside is where he's going to have his most effective ability, I think, at the NFL level. But what he does is he has that McDuffie ability that McDuffie played a lot of outside, but he's better inside. His time in the nickel position in the NFL has been his most successful jaunt in the NFL. But they didn't have the talent really to put him on the outside around it. If they can have Parrish playing the nickel in Evero's defense, but also have the flexibility that whether there's injury, right? If JC goes down, I think that Parrish could play outside. He's got really good timing of his hands. Was it?
Yeah.
Travion?
Yeah. It was Simmons.
Simmons. Yeah. That's been one. I think I had Simmons going to Kansas City.
Yeah.
My last mock draft.
That's a good move, man.
I love that. He's the best tackle in the draft when healthy.
Yeah, that's a good move.
So listen, not to abruptly end. I want to get final thoughts here.
Yeah.
But then I do want to go ahead and shut up shop since we lasted the duration of round one. First of all,
congrats everyone.
Edgar, JJ, Jared, Dougie. Thank everybody who came on tonight to do this. This was tremendous. We hit over 4,600 views tonight for our live stream. That's a substantial number. That is a substantial sign that people enjoy what we're doing and what we're talking about, or at least they dislike us enough to come on and tell us that as well. Right, Joe? Either way, I appreciate you spending the time here with us. I want to say that what I think about the Panthers pick, Ted McMillan, I think that it's a really cool pick. And maybe that's not like astute observation, but I think it's a really cool pick because I think it signals that they feel really good about what this offense could be with Tet here, with Tetairoa McMillan here. I think they feel really good about what that presents from an offensive standpoint. And I also think that it shows, maybe they have some really confident feelings about the second and third round defensive prospects. And we saw them meet with a lot of those guys, right? We saw them meet with a plethora of the guys like the Braden Swinson, the Jordan Birch, the Princely Uman-Mayelan, Ashton Gelati. We saw them meet with all those guys. We also know that there are a couple people that have dropped into the second round, the Donovan Ezerakus, the Mike Greens, who I don't think is going to work for the personal thing, but honestly, man, it's going to be tough to pass that up. If he's sitting there at 57 and the ability that he has, it would be really tough for me to look the other way on that. Like really tough. Nick Scorton is a guy that I'm high on. There are some serious options. So I'm not disappointed or upset or pessimistic about our ability to string together a really good draft. Because also, if you were to have taken, let's just say Jalen or Michael, right, with the first pick, they could be very good. And I like them very much as prospects. You're not going to get an offensive player that has the same ceiling that Tetairoa has at 57. I think that if you luck into a guy like Donovan Ezeraku for some reason, or Princely Uman-Mayelan for some reason, I think you could look at that as having a very similar ceiling to a guy like James Pierce, right? It's a matter of putting it all together. And the production-wise, Ezeraku matches up with James Pierce very well. So there are reasons to be optimistic. There are reasons to love the McMillan pick. Yeah, I got negative because Jihad Campbell and Malachi Starks went to perfect situations, and that's frustrating, man.
Yeah.
But that's the draft. I had a lot of fun tonight. Let's get closing remarks from Edgar, then Jared, JJ, and then we'll close this thing down.
No, first I want to thank everybody who watched and subscribed and commented and followed and likes. Like it's pretty awesome. I remember reading somewhere somebody said like, oh, imagine, these live streams, like if there was 4,000 people like in a lecture hall and the four of us are on this panel and 4,000 people came to watch you, and analyze the draft. And so I just want to, acknowledge the people who came out and clicked and said all the kind comments. Like we really appreciate it. I'm a big T-Mac fan, very excited. I've always said since the beginning, like, and this was my philosophy, and I always said that like sometimes I trend towards the minority, and so I like balancing myself out with Ricky and JJ. In terms of like what I like to see, like I was saying since the beginning, like I would love to see this offense go to an elite level versus having an average offense with an average defense. Like I think Mike K's analysis, if anyone didn't see it yet, was talking about how Evero hasn't had a very good track record in terms of playing rookies or young guys in his system. And so like for me, I think I still have bigger concerns about Evero than I do having a guy like a Jalen Walker. I think like I'd feel better about a Jalen Walker pick if I had a Vic Fangio back there. It's like, okay, now we're cooking. But now I'm not fully sold on Evero yet. And so like for me, like I'm excited to see the Panthers offense elevate. I've been saying like in terms of value wise in the Brant Tillis world, like we can't get a star or a top level wide receiver in free agency. We can't get it through trades. Like it has to be in the draft. And this was like a pick that they've had to make because I don't think anywhere left down the line there could be some guys that become starters, but like I think the guys who went, Tetairoa McMillan, Amika Buka, Matthew Gold, I think like those are the guys that can be like surefire starters. Other ones, like there's still some potential, there's still some projection going on. And so I'm not the type that would be down on a guy until we saw them play. And so I'm still nervous. I'm not going to say like he's going to be 100% a surefire player, but I'm still nervous. I know Jared has noticed some things that could be better in his game. And so I'm not fully, I'm not going to say like, guys, this guy's a home run. Like there's still development that still needs to be done. And so I'm just cautiously optimistic. I'm not too worried about Atlanta. I know you guys are frustrated. Like everywhere people are really, really interested and intrigued about the haul that they gave to get James Pierce. I put like a tweet in our little box here, but they got 2 edge rushers that are under 245 pounds, right? And so, the Panthers have told us they want to be a dominant running team, and so if they could run at James, I mean, I know they have some really good run defensive skills and grades or whatever, but like if they could run behind Ike Ekwonu and Taylor Moton and Hunt and Lewis behind like these light boxes, like I'm not too worried about it if that's the direction they want to go, right? But if they want to just sit back and pass 30 times, it's going to be it's going to be hell for Bryce Young. So that's my quick thoughts. Tampa Bay went offense. They already had a ton of wide receivers and they went wide receiver, and then people are kind of excited to Tampa Bay, but when Carolina does it, I know there's pessimism because they haven't had a very good track record of drafting wide receivers. So I would just say I'm satisfied, but I'm not going to promise Panthers fans like, oh, this is going to be like a surefire guarantee that the Panthers are on their way to success. But I'm just excited. I want to see Bryce Young just throw it up and say, Ted McMillan's down there somewhere, right? Like that's what I want to see. Or I want to see him stretch the field so Xavier Legette can take an in-breaking route and run those 20, 30-yard after the catch plays, and so I'm excited for what and then if this doesn't work out, right, you got Bryce Young, your number 1 pick, you got a head coach that's a wide receivers person, a offensive coordinator who's a wide receivers person, you draft 2 first-round wide receivers and this still doesn't work out, then just blow up the whole thing and start all over. But like you have to see this to its completion.
Good point, man. Really good points there. Jared, let's wrap up the final thoughts for you, buddy.
Yeah, so I appreciate everyone coming on, watching this stream. This was fantastic to do this year. Appreciate Keaton. Appreciate anyone that came onto the stream to watch. It was awesome to be on here, chat with you guys, have a lot of fun. Again, with Ted McMillan, I'm a fan of him. I have my reservations, as I've said many times. But I do believe he can be a good player at this level. And if there's one team that can figure out how to develop a wide receiver, it's Carolina, with the backgrounds of the coaching staff, the offensive coaching staff, and the head coach. So I believe McMillan can develop into a great playmaker for this team. And it shows the commitment to wanting to build around Bryce Young offensively. And they have to nail day 2 and day 3 here to really make sure fans and also the team feel comfortable with who they get in terms of talent. I believe there will be edge rushers for Carolina's taking that should be available at 57 if they decide not to trade up. We'll see what happens during the day tomorrow, but it will be an interesting one for sure. I could see them making a couple moves in day 2, maybe trading back into day 2. Like I had in my latest mock draft, I could definitely see that. So there's a lot of options Carolina could go with in day 2. I'm really interested to see how it goes. Guys like Will Johnson will still be available. Mike Green's available as a Raku, Schlesinger, Trey Amos, Scorton, Higgins. I probably wouldn't double dip. That I would already be agreed
about Trey Amos.
Yeah. Darius Alexander, Elijah Arroyo, Noel Williams. I'm just looking at Daniel Jeremiah's board, not my current board. Just some names that are off the top of my head. But Carolina is going to be in a good spot, I feel like, tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm going to do any sort of live stream or space. I think tonight was the limit of just like, I'm already just.
You don't want to do another 4-hour stream tomorrow, Jared?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Fair enough. Yeah. I'm already going to have 2 sleepless nights. So
fair enough. You did your work today, man, and we appreciate you doing your work with us.
Yes,
of course. And one thing I will say is that you know, I'm hoping I'm wrong with how I viewed McMillan pre-draft, and I would love for him to prove me wrong in that regard. And if he does, that's great. You know, I want any of these guys that I'm lower on or higher on to prove me right or wrong, you know. And if I'm wrong about players, so be it. Like, I'm wrong about prospects all the time. That's just the nature of what I do. That's the nature of basically any draft analyst. So we're not worried about our jobs compared to general managers, of course.
Yeah.
But unless we're a bunch of assholes, but thankfully we're not. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think Carolina's going to be in a good spot either way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thank you, Jared, for being here. JJ Hardy. Didn't go your way necessarily, my friend, but talk to us about how the night unfolded for you and any following or final comments.
It did not go the way I preferred, but I've been saying for years, I'm always a pro defensive guy. I grew up old school football. I know that defense travels. Defense transcends quarterback play and all the other things that everybody's so fixated on in modern NFL reality and fandom, right? And so, honestly, and I hope everybody can understand this. I think for the Carolina Panthers, we've been like experimenting with the offense quarterback situation actually going back to 2021, just trying to sort that out and figure that out. I think in 2023 they like really leaned into, you know, trying to fix that situation by, you know, trading everything we traded away to get up to Bryce, and we picked Bryce, and it took until, you know, a car accident and a thumb injury to like get him back in the saddle and, you know, and find out, you know, that that guy is actually in there somewhere, and he showed up and did enough over his last 10 games to substantiate himself, you know, with Dave Canales, with Dan Morgan, enough for them to say, we're going to double down on you 2 years in a row and give you another pass catcher to take your game even further. And honestly, I mean, the humbling part about the process is what I'm experiencing now, right? You know, like we can all, you know, want our favorite guy or guys and think we understand and know best for this team. But, you know, the reality is we have no control or say as to what they think is the most important decisions to make for this team. But a lot of people in the fan base did, and kudos to everyone who believed that, you know, T-Mac, Nalo McMillan was the best thing for this organization and for this team. And, you know, they wanted offense. They wanted to fortify the offense. And so as a fan, I love that for all of us, right? I love that for the people who just want to see the team get better overall. And if this move allows for Dave Canales to do what he told us he wanted to do last year and have a receiver who he can dictate offense through, who he can dictate coverage by having on the field. If Ted McMillan or T-Mac McMillan is that guy, you know, who allows for him to dictate coverage, who ultimately is threatening enough for defense to say, I have to roll coverage his way, and it opens up Xavier Legette, you know, Adam Thielen, Jalen Coker, you know, up for more opportunities, or even the tight ends, you know, for more opportunities, then actually he won the draft. I mean, I'm saying he, as in all three or four people involved, you know, Dave Canales, you know, Dan Morgan, Bryce Young, and anybody else really, you know, who benefits from it, you know, to include us as fans. I think everybody won if Dave Canales can do that by having Ted McMillan on this team. And so, so ultimately, I am satisfied with the pick. I can't be disingenuous and say I didn't want what I wanted, but I am satisfied with the pick. The thing that would make this pick feel better, though, is if Dan Morgan hits tomorrow, right? And if he hits early and often tomorrow, I mean, I don't know how many picks we have tomorrow. Like 2? Is it 2?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we need more than 2 picks tomorrow, but I don't know how we get there. But regardless, I think we need to come away with at least one solid defensive starter tomorrow, and ideally 2. I don't know how we make that happen, but if we end up with 2 guys that we can play early and often on defense from what we do tomorrow, in addition to Ted McMillan, who I'm projecting to be a starter, right? That means that we would have gotten 3 starters from this draft. And I think 2 starters tomorrow, or at least one solid one that you can plug and play, makes the Ted pick even better, right? Because some good guys did slip to the second. I don't know what somebody's going to do tomorrow when they realize that Will Johnson is there in the second round. Guys like, Ezra Ruku, like you mentioned, Mike Green. I think, and I say Mike Green very loosely, but I mean, he is a talent, right? That as he gets deeper into the draft, it becomes less risky, and saying, let me kick the tires on that. And if he is okay, then, we might have won the draft by picking up a talent like that late. Like him or Will Johnson are very compelling situations, heading into day 2. And so, but there are a lot of other guys too. I think, I'm going to be a homer here for my favorite college team. I think a guy like Ben Morrison is very intriguing to me. Ben Morrison, Xavier Watt, you got Makuba, like those are 3 very compelling players that I think you can actually draft and have starting level talent on day 2. So yeah, day 2 is always going to be more interesting than day 1 for me. But I think I'm a little bit more desperate for what happens on day 2 now because I didn't get any defense on day 1. And so I would wrap it up just like that. Just satisfied with the T-Mac pick. I always said that I would be. I told people earlier today when I had my spaces that I wouldn't hate on any pick. And I don't have a reason to hate on this pick at all. I told people through the process, people picking sides about, T-Mac or Jalen Walker or whoever their favorite person was. I was like, nothing about McMillan's game deserves to be hated on, right? You may not think he's a top 10 guy. You might not think he's the best receiver on the board. But when I turned on the little footage that I was able to review a couple of weeks ago, just to really be honest about what he was, and so I just wouldn't talk blindly about him. Like when I watched him, man, I was like, you know what? There's nothing to hate, about his game, and I think he can help the offense. And I think I actually thought objectively when I saw him play or saw the footage of him, I was like, if Dave Canales is who I think he is, it's going to be hard for him to not like that, and so it makes a lot of sense, and that's why it's like he actually liked him like I thought he would. That's how I really felt. Like in real time, it's like, wow, okay, like that it adds up, and so yeah, just props to everybody. It's not like we got a player that we can't play. We got a starting player that can end up being a very good player, but it comes down to this. I believe this to be true. Bryce got to continue being the Bryce that we saw late in order for this to really optimize, in terms of situation. Like Bryce has to be even better in my mind than he was late last season because now he has more tools around to improve with, and I expect that. Like I'm gonna expect more because we did more. We did more for him, and so and I think he can. That's how I'm gonna end it. I think Bryce will be better. I've been honestly, no matter how bad I felt in real time, watching our offense, when he struggled, I always entered the season thinking he would be really good. And so hopefully this year, with the addition of Ted, I think the things that I expected in years past, I think it actually happens this year, hopefully. And so looking forward to that, but really, 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 really need us to nail the defensive picks tomorrow. If it's defense, I really hope it's defense. Please let it be defense. I can't bear to watch.
I think it has to be, right? Like now, unless there's an offensive tackle or something. But we'll end it like first. JJ, thank you, man. You had
thank y'all, by the way.
You had to come back.
Yeah, thank y'all for having me on. I didn't expect to be on
Absolutely,
tonight, but I enjoyed it so much I had to stay.
The sentiment is the same, man. I think all four of us will probably say the same thing. I don't think anyone anticipated doing a 4-hour stream tonight. We just hit the 4-hour mark. So congrats to the four of us for our durability here. If they say the best ability is availability. We have proven ourselves durable. We are ready for action. Thank you to all 4,770 people that viewed this stream tonight. Man. Phenomenal numbers. You can see up there the big board, the players remaining. We only had 6 first-round grades remaining for us in our Carolina draft guide. Now we only had 23 to start. I only had 23 to start with, but 6 left. Out of the top 32, there are only 10 picks left. We can add this other demographic here or this other graphic here. We only had no picks outside of our top 50 ranked players were picked in that first 32. That's pretty decent. That's pretty impressive, man. That shows that the scouting wasn't too terrible, wasn't too shoddy on that Carolina draft guide.
It was pretty online to what we expected.
That's right. So we've got some guys tomorrow. I'm gonna remove these things off of here, and we are gonna play this outro for everyone that watched the stream tonight. Thank you very much. For the fellows that came on tonight, thank you very much. For the Carolina Panthers, appreciate making things interesting for us. Zachary Hernandez asks, is there another live stream tomorrow? There is not of this nature, man. Tomorrow is my kid's birthday, and I have been so inundated with the draft. I am going to give all of that attention tomorrow night to my family. So Jared may do like a space or something like that. He's not sure. He talked about it. I'm sure there will be other Panthers creators that are doing things. But for this crew, for the Draft Crush on Tap collaborative effort tonight, that's how we're going to end this thing. Round 1 is in the books. Our 4-hour extravaganza is in the books. I'm Ricky Raines for Edgar Salmingo Jr., Jared Feinberg, JJ Hardy. Y'all have a good night. Keep pounding.